in this transformative circular economy conference, where all of us are celebrating 10 years of the great milestones that we have all achieved in sustainability. I want to appreciate the organizers led by the KEPSA team, together with the other partners who have really brought all of us together, government and the business community, as we all move from linear to the circular economy, where we are not only protecting the environment, but we are building resilience and competitive businesses for all to thrive.
And when you talk of circular economy, it's just not in waste management. We are looking at all spheres of economy, and we are all circular economy champions. And waste management is everyone's responsibility. Looking at other articles of our Constitution, like Article 42 of our Constitution, gives us all citizens right to live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment. As we talk about our right, we need to talk about our responsibility as citizens of this country.
A clear and comprehensive circular economy strategy will ensure policy coherence and enhance institutional coordination across all our sectors of the economy. And this is important because of the challenges and opportunities of circularity span across various industries, including agriculture, manufacturing, construction, energy, and tourism. We will move beyond the limitation of our current waste management challenges and build a more sustainable, prosperous, and resilient future for all Kenyans.
I'm very happy, as I said, also that this event is in partnership with KEPSA, because I think the private sector does play an absolutely critical role when it comes to climate action. We believe that the three pillars of sustainability need to be really fought together. I just want to really underline that circular economy is not only an environmental concept, but really a powerful economic strategy that can drive growth, create jobs, and really position Africa as a global leader in sustainable development.
Here we are at the Sustainable Inclusive Business Circular Economy Conference and No Waste Festival, and it's number 10. It means a decade of walking a journey together, and I thank you for being present today.
Imagine a Kenya where every county runs circular hubs that convert waste into value. Packaging is designed for reuse and recycling. Textiles flow in closed loops, not into dump sites. Food systems regenerate soils and protect diversity. Circular standards strengthen our export competitiveness. The private sector invests in regenerative design, not short-term solutions. This is not a distant vision. It is already taking shape, and with our collective commitment today, as we look into the next 10 years, it is achievable.
I'm happy to be here today with the team in this transformative circular economy conference, where all of us are celebrating 10 years of the great milestones that we have all achieved in sustainability. I want to appreciate the organizers led by the KEPSA team, together with the other partners who have really brought all of us together, government and the business community, as we all move from linear to the circular economy, where we are not only protecting the environment, but we are building resilience and competitive businesses for all to thrive.
And when you talk of circular economy, it's just not in waste management. We are looking at all spheres of economy, and we are all circular economy champions. And waste management is everyone's responsibility. Looking at other articles of our Constitution, like Article 42 of our Constitution, gives us right, all citizens right to live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment. As we talk about our right, we need to talk about our responsibility as citizens of this country.
A clear and comprehensive circular economy strategy will ensure policy coherence and enhance institutional coordination across all our sectors of the economy. And this is important because of the challenges and opportunities of circularity span across various industries, including agriculture, manufacturing, construction, energy, and tourism. We will move beyond the limitation of our current waste management challenges and build a more sustainable, prosperous, and resilient future for all Kenyans.
I'm very happy, as I said, also that this event is in partnership with KEPSA, because I think the private sector does play an absolutely critical role when it comes to climate action. We believe that the three pillars of sustainability need to be really fought together. I just want to really underline that circular economy is not only an environmental concept, but really a powerful economic strategy that can drive growth, create jobs, and really position Africa as a global leader in sustainable development.
Here we are at the Sustainable Inclusive Business Circular Economy Conference and No Waste Festival, and it's number 10. It means a decade of walking a journey together, and I thank you for being present today.
Imagine a Kenya where every county runs circular hubs that convert waste into value. Packaging is designed for reuse and recycling. Textiles flow in closed loops, not into dump sites. Food systems regenerate soils and protect diversity. Circular standards strengthen our export competitiveness. The private sector invests in regenerative design, not short-term solutions. This is not a distant vision. It is already taking shape, and with our collective commitment today, as we look into the next 10 years, it is achievable.
I'm happy to be here today with the team in this transformative circular economy conference, where all of us are celebrating 10 years of the great milestones that we have all achieved in sustainability. I want to appreciate the organizers led by the KEPSA team, together with the other partners who have really brought all of us together, government and the business community, as we all move from linear to the circular economy, where we are not only protecting the environment, but we are building resilience and competitive businesses for all to thrive.
And when you talk of circular economy, it's just not in waste management. We are looking at all spheres of economy, and we are all circular economy champions. And waste management is everyone's responsibility. Looking at other articles of our constitution, like Article 42 of our constitution, gives us right, all citizens right to live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment. As we talk about our right, we need to talk about our responsibility as citizens of this country.
A clear and comprehensive circular economy strategy will ensure policy coherence and enhance institutional coordination across all our sectors of the economy. And this is important because of the challenges and opportunities of circularity span across various industries, including agriculture, manufacturing, construction, energy, and tourism. We will move beyond the limitation of our current waste management challenges and build a more sustainable, prosperous, and resilient future for all Kenyans.
I'm very happy, as I said, also that this event is in partnership with CAPSA, because I think the private sector does play an absolutely critical role when it comes to climate action. We believe that the 3 pillars of sustainability need to be
reflection. Yesterday, the things that you learned, lessons learned, probably some, and then we'll start officially with the program. Can I just select anyone? Any volunteer? Any volunteer going once, going twice? Okay, I'm just gonna give whoever gets the mic. If the mic lands in your hands, just give us a brief, reflection on yesterday. Oh, there's a hand there. Yes. Just very quickly, like a minute or less.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm George Ireri from Soroi Collection. One thing my key takeaway yesterday was the fact that we agreed in unison that collaboration is key in ensuring circularity is a success. So I'm really thankful that everyone agreed that strategic partnerships are very key in ensuring that the success of the circular economy. Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. All right, let's pass on the mic to someone else. Just give whoever the mic, because I know sometimes we can be shy when we ask ourselves who wants to. Yeah, so whoever, do like the picky ponki. Ule mtu mic italandia yeye ndo atatupatia kiti. Okay, she's smiling at okay, probably. No, the one in front of you. Yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, just your name and in like less than a minute, something that you learned, something that surprised you, or probably something that you want to see different, or probably something that you practice, say on a day-to-day, or even say your organization, just anything.
Good morning. My name is Maureen Wanjiru. Good morning. My name is Maureen Wanjiru, Executive Director, Ematri Organic Foods. So what I learned yesterday is we all have a share in protecting biodiversity, and we should teach the people who don't know about it. Thank you.
Okay, respect biodiversity. I see that. Okay, can we just have one last person and then we start the program? Whatever your heart tells you to give the mic to, that is still okay. One less person, and then we start the program. The mic has landed on you. Okay. Your name, very briefly, and your reflection on yesterday's program.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Mr. Rekaki. Yes, what I learned more so yesterday is that if you want to have what we call a sustainability, it is very possible in Kenya to manage our waste. Waste, you should view waste actually in a very positive way. Secondly, I also learned that there are various stakeholders whom you can also liaise with, mostly when it comes to, KEPRO and EPR and all that. Whereby this is another venture. It's an emerging area where maybe more so with the recyclers, we cannot try to venture. There is some financial opportunities there. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate them. It's not easy to be ambushed to say anything. So thank you so much for being here this morning. I hope we're okay. I hope we've had breakfast. It's such a beautiful day together here at the annual 10th conference, and that is as far as circular economy is concerned, where we're saying we are reimagining, and we are reimagining where we came from, what we forgot, and what we can reimagine. And this is through circular thinking and design. And there's so many things and so many lessons that we learned from yesterday. yesterday's conference throughout the day, and this is from the breakout sessions to the plenary sessions that happened here. And one of the things that came out really, really strongly is the fact that we are nature, and it is our individual responsibility, not just point fingers and say, what exactly is SRB doing? What is KEPSA doing, for example? What is the government doing? The bigger question is, why am I here? Why do I do the things that I do? Why do I behave the way that I do? And the biggest question is, what can I do better as far as circularity and sustainability is concerned? So a lot of things that stood out for me as well. Yesterday is, yes, one is we are nature, but also the second part was, if we actually refocus and shift the way we look at waste and look at it as a resource, then we will respect waste, and we'll see different ways that we can actually use waste as a resource. And other thing that actually stood out for me was our choices, and especially when it comes to fashion. And the ladies here, you can attest. I used to be that one person who would buy new outfits for every single event. Because there's that feeling of wearing something new and going to an event. There's the confidence that it gives you. But hey, how about we repurpose? How about we upcycle? Or those times where you have like a torn outfit and you're like, yeah, this one, let me just toss it, to the dustbin. I used to be that person. But remembering what our parents used to do, they would sit down and sew, right? So that we don't end up wasting or just buying clothes for the sake of buying clothes. So there's so many avenues, there's so many areas that we can tap into as individuals, even as governments and organizations also do their part. And this is to promote circularity and sustainability. My name is Winnie Lubembe. Really, really honored to be here with you today on the second day of the 10th annual Circular Economy Conference. There's so many things to look out forward to as far as the day goes, from the plenary discussions to which are clearly out there. Most of you have visited the booths. I'm sure you've seen some things that interest you, probably purchased some things that interest you, but would also have a due workshop session as well. And today the focus is on plastic pollution because it is such a menace. So many things to look forward to. But to kick off the program this morning, we have two performances, and one is a sustainability song, and this is performed by Kevin Atika. So Kevin, if you are here, the stage is yours to just sort of like set the tone. Ladies and gentlemen, look at how he is dressed. He really fits the purpose. So let's give him a big round of applause as he comes and performs a sustainability song. Karibu sana, Kevin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Atika. This one is called Voices of the Streets. Sauti kwa mazingira, sauti za miti zina ni call me, jua linawaka, liko mingi, kivuli kumisi, ladho pate kwa mwavuli, tufanye nini? Tufanye nini? Tupande miti kwa wingi, tufanye nini? Tufanye nini? To recycle my plastics, tuipate mazingira, yeah. Let's go green, yeah. Sauti toka kwa bahari, sauti za mawimbi zikini call me, samaki wanakufa, sumu iko mingi, tusichafue bahari, tuhifadhi mazingira. Tufanye nini? Tufanye nini? Tupande miti kwa wingi. Tufanye nini? Tufanye nini? To recycle my plastics, tuhifadhi mazingira. Yeah, yeah. Let's go green, yeah. Let's go green, yeah. Tufanye nini? Tufanye nini? Tupande miti kwa wingi. Tufanye nini? Tufanye nini? To recycle my plastics, tuhifadhi mazingira. Tupande miti kwa wingi. Let me sing that part. Tupande miti kwa wingi. Sadeni kuimba hapa. Tupande miti kwa wingi. Tupande miti kwa wingi. To recycle plastics. To recycle my plastics. Everybody. To recycle my plastics. To recycle my plastics. To recycle my plastics. Miti kwa wingi. Tupande miti, tuhifadhi mazingira. Yeah, tupande miti, tujenge nchi na hewa safi. Tupande miti, tujenge nchi na hewa safi. Miti nasaidia kwa mazingira, hewa safi napatia. Hewa safi nasaidia, ukipumua unakuwa na afya njema. Miti nasaidia kwa mazingira, hewa safi napatia. Hewa safi nasaidia, kupumua unakuwa na afya njema. Aya, aya, aya. Kila muda bande muti, kila manufaa mazuri. Aya, aya, aya. Kila muda bande muti, manufaa mazuri. Tupande miti, tupande miti tena kwa wingi. Tupande tujenge nchi na hewa safi. Tupande miti tena kwa wingi. Tujenge nchi Yeah. Thank you so much. Do you want to hear one more song? One more song? This one is called Boda Boda. Say Boda Boda. Boda Boda. Celebrating the Kenyan history and culture. Kazi yangu ya boda boda, ninajua nitavuka boda. Kazi yangu ya boda boda, tavuka boda. Kazi yangu ya boda boda, ninajua nitavuka boda. Kazi yangu ya boda. Boda boda. Ukipanda ndudhi bro, ya machozi lazima itatoka. Ukipanda ndudhi bro kwa highway, wangapi shafanikia hivyo? Machozi lazima itatoka. Ukipanda ndudhi machozi ikatoka. Ukipanda ndudhi bro, tena ukikuwa kwa speed sana, machozi lazima itatoka. Oi, 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 va reflector, machozi ikatoka. Boda boda iko mahali ilianzia. Boda boda iko na historia. Ilianzia kule Busia. Walikuwa wanatumia baiskeli kufikisha watu pale kwa mpaka ya boda, na ndio maana wakaita boda boda. Nataka kusikia nikimba hiyo, sikiliza kwa makini. Historia ya boda boda ilianza kule magharibi. Historia ya boda boda, Busia boda, kwenye barabara hapa kukosa baisikeli, ziliwapepesha watu pale mpakani. Ndio maana
ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Them very, very well performance. Well done. That was really good. I think it's up to us to start singing, Kazi yangu ya, and then you fill in the blanks and you say what you can do, okay? And this is as far towards circularity. Thank you so much, Kevin, for that. And his outfit as well, repurposed, literally almost everything. Asante sana. Thank you very much. All right, and just very quickly want to recognize the presence of our sponsors. One of them, Camilla, I see you. Camilla Hayden, she's the sector councillor for circular economy at the Danish Embassy. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, next act is sustainability spoken. And this will be performed by Shali Neema. So ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate her with a very, very big round of applause as she comes to give us a sustainability spoken word.
I am Shali Neema, sharing a letter to Mother Nature. But first, I'd like to start off with the wise words of Wangari Maathai. May her strong soul rest in peace. What we do not understand is that we humans are only a part of this ecosystem. And when we kill this part of this system, we are killing ourselves. That's what we need to understand. In its survival depends our own. I truly love the stillness of the night, where there tends to be no light, where I can keep my mind gravitated to a better tomorrow. But in darkness, where there is no light, I hear the clock reminding me that there is no time. The lack of light reminds me of our lack of sight, a realization of the lies that pass my eyes. Our people are dying, and yet we act though as we feel no fright. The unbreakable swifts in the ocean, soft and light, unaware of the imminent danger it may pose to the turtle out of sight. As I gain breath at night, I tend to realize that time, unlike I, shall not wait. Our death is promised, but shall we take our earth away from the light? To make a decision and toss it, right? It may be one keeping us safe from the darkness of night, but just for now. Our mother that cultivated us with all her might just might die in the silence of night. I'm begging, heed my plea. Keep her from going extinct. With all the division that remains, nothing divides us from our fate. If we do not take time to make effort and change. Keep her clean as she did for you, and she'll give back tenfold to our youth. A simple mistake today, a habit tomorrow. Keep our mother clean so that those who are young can play in our meadows. Listen to her cries and pleas. Keep her clean from outside and deep within. We've depended on her since from thine womb. And for once the tables turn, will you ignore the truth? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charlene, for that. And that simple habit today. What a way to start the day, and that is as far as reflection is concerned. All right, something fun that will be happening today. Praxidis, please join me on stage. So Praxidis Wandera has organized a treasure hunt, and she said, I will not give you any hint, because then, that will take away the point of the hunting. So she'll tell us what the treasure hunt is all about. I don't want to say the different stations, but hey, Praxidis, and tell us at what time it will end and what time will we be awarding the winners.
Thank you so much, Winnie. Good morning, everyone. Before I jump into the treasure hunt, I don't know everybody that has the badge. I don't know if you have looked at the back. So there is a pledge, a call for pledge to commit to be part of a circular future. So kindly write 1, 2, or 3 things that you want to commit to. Your name, you don't have to mention, maybe not even your name, maybe organization, and sign, so that we can be able to just start this movement together. I know in a short while we are going to be launching a manual that will happen in a few. So kindly pledge so that we can be able to start this journey together. So I'm here to just inform us that we are going to be running a treasure hunt. And I don't know, the media people, are you able to kindly take me to the screen? Okay, so our treasure hunt is going to revolve around 3 strategies. So the first strategy is we want to reuse and refill. So, okay, let me, sorry. Okay, so we want to reuse and we want to refill. So that is the first strategy that is going to lead us to the first treasure. So we have a kind of a riddle that is going to give you some hint on what the first treasure is. So I am clear or tinted, smooth and sleek. Smooth and sleek. I come in different colors, shapes and sizes. I hold your drink but never leak. I click and chime when friends draw near. A vessel strong yet crystal clear. I am a better solution to my siblings. What am I? So that is the first treasure that we have. So one thing I want us to take note of is that we are in a space that is so circular. If you've walked around, you have seen old cars and old bars. When you go to the washrooms, you have seen the use of drums, the sinks that are being used in the washrooms. There's a lot of circularity in this space. We have seen some seats that the pipes have been used on some seats. So it's a circular space. So don't think that this is just a simple thing. The treasure might be closer to you than you know. So be very careful as you walk around. The treasures are just here, some downstairs. So be watchful as you walk around so that you can be able to discover that. The second strategy we are going to be using for the treasure hunt is on repurpose. Yeah? So when we talk about repurposing is where you take an end or an item that has been used and you feel like maybe you can discard it, but also you reason or think about it and make it something that you can be able to reuse and repurpose it and give it a new life or a new meaning or a new way of use. So when I talk about the repurpose part, sorry, Nahashwan with, okay, yes, there. So I once stood tall with neck and base. I come in different colors, shapes, and sizes. I have a square, rectangle, or round shape. But now I sit with open brim, my body trimmed, my edges slim. I held a drink, I still do so, and more. Reborn with style from head to toe. I am originally a product of France. What am I? So look for me, find me, and I will tell you that you found me. Yeah? So the next one is an alternative as the other strategy that we're using for our treasure hunt. So the riddle is, I am not a chef, yet I serve with flair. Holding treats with utmost care. Greasy or sweet, I never complain. I'm a better alternative compared to my siblings. I keep your meals safe from the rain, folded and shaped. I am light and neat. Open me up and you will find something to eat. I am square or rectangular. I am made from trees, yet I am not a log. Tear me, fold me. What am I? Find me. That is our third treasure. So as we start this meeting, we are going to be running this treasure up to lunchtime. So any person who comes across the treasure, please come to me with what you have found, and I will show you why you are part of the hunters, or why you have won the hunt. Okay? So up to around 12:30 max, you need to have found one of the treasures. And we will be having a small gift for the people who will find the treasures. So kindly don't just ignore this, but make it a priority so that you can be able to win that gift. Finally, we will be having a session that is going to shed more light on the 3 and more strategies on single-use plastics. So kindly make a point of joining us in the afternoon so that we can be able to break down these strategies and look at some of the policies, some of the commitments, some of the steps that people are putting in place, especially from hospitality space, tourism space, and the whole MICE sector. So we want to call upon you to do that, and I believe that we are going to have a successful day today. So yeah, join the hunt. Thank you.
Praxidis, just a second. Are there people who are excluded from the hunt?
Yes. Yes. I know the people who are aware. The staff here are not included. The staff of this place are not included in the hunt. If you are a guest participating in this conference, you are invited to participate in the hunt. My team members are not included in the hunt.
Hey, Praxidis, I saw Josephine's face. She's like, but why? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to give us an opening remark of the second day of the 10th annual Circular Economy Conference, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Karine Boomsma. A bigger round of applause as she makes her way to the stage.
Thank you. Ooh, thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back if you were here yesterday, and welcome today if you weren't here yesterday. So I'm very happy to have you here. This is actually part of the conference, and the conference was number 10, or is the number 10 conference we're organizing as a Sustainable Inclusive Business under KEPSA. And in those 10 years, we've also created and initiated the Kenyan Plastics Pact. And today the focus will be more on plastics, packaging, and beyond, actually, and looking at no waste. So I like to do run with a similar slogan as yesterday, because that won't change, and it's really looking at how to look back into the future. So where do we come from? Where are we now? And what are we going to do in the near future? And where do we want to go? So 4 years ago, we created the Kenyan Plastics Pact. But the story of plastics and the conversations we've had with the government, with government agencies, with all sorts of sectors, plus the Kenyan Association, initial funding to kick it off, we created a roadmap, and it's based on 4 pillars. And I think they're really ultimately important to understand them, because it gives you some direction in the plastic conversation. There's 4 targets. One is we want to eliminate plastics that are problematic and unnecessary. And that's not based on a gut feeling like, oh, I think this is unnecessary or this is problematic. That's based on research, and it's based on bringing everyone together in the space, the recyclers, the Bureau standards, NEMA, the government, the corporates, the brand owners, people that package and use plastics, to say what is actually problematic and unnecessary. And that's a starting point that we need to have before we start looking at plastics that we can manage and that we might want to keep using in the near future. But we first need to determine what can we do away with and what can we refuse. And looking at elimination doesn't automatically mean that it requires a ban. It can also mean that you just not use it at all, or that you can replace it with a different material or a different solution. If it's not the case, then it might lead to the need for a ban. If it's not unnecessary and it's not problematic, then at least what we use should be either reusable or recyclable. That is the future we need to apply. We need to apply that to the future if we want to manage our plastics. So if it is reusable and or recyclable, that is a second target we have initiated in the Plastic Pact. The third one is also linked to the first two. If it is recyclable, it should be recycled. It sounds super obvious, but it's actually not happening at all. So if you look at materials that are recyclable, it doesn't mean that they are being recycled. Yeah, so if it's a material that we can say, okay, we could break it down in pieces, we could create something else out of it, it could even go back to the same purpose, it doesn't mean that there's a market for it, it doesn't mean it's yet viable. And so there are recyclers in this room that actually have piles of recyclables, but they haven't been recycled. We hear from them soon. The fourth target is actually closed loop, meaning that can we start bringing recycled content back into the products that we start using? And that's the fourth target. And I know it sounds quite technical, but I hope it makes sense, because I think it's very important also to direct the conversation. In the beginning, we were quite overwhelmed to say, but where do we start? We can't replace, and what's now? We need bins, we need this, we need that. But this, at least, the 4 targets, gives you a direction on what we actually don't want at all in the Kenyan context, because we can't recycle it, we can't deal with it. The products mess up recycling if it's in place, or they end up in the environment because they are of zero value. And most of them are the single-use plastics. And the single-use plastics, the government put a policy in place under the Sustainable Waste Management Bill, the single-use plastic ban in restricted areas and protected areas, beaches, national parks, and there it's applicable. However, it's not applicable for the rest of the country. As the Kenyan Plastic Pact, we have identified 16 items or polymers that we need to eliminate, and we can do that country-wise. It should not be restricted to national parks or beaches. So this is what we're going to launch today as well. Now, as we continue, we are not yet done. So when I look back, I think sometimes we underestimate. We think, oh, nothing has happened. But if we look back, I can clearly see that we see clearer now. We have done many campaigns on that. We've changed packaging. We have proof of new innovation, better recycling, better plastic management. So in the beginning, we didn't even understand what plastic was. And now we're here and we actually do know. But we still face a challenge, and the one challenge we are facing, and we need to come together for that, is to make a circular economy for plastics work. Because if we claim that we cannot recycle because it's too expensive, and if we only look at recycling, but we're recycling actually very low quality linear economy products, the circular solutions will never work. Because they will say, it's too expensive, it's not really good quality, it's this, that, the other. And that is because that is based on the input of a linear economy. So again, like yesterday, and with any other topic we're discussing as sustainable inclusive business, if we do not look at it from a design perspective, we cannot actually make a circular economy work as a plaster on the linear economy. We really need to change the linear economy into a circular economy to make the circular economy viable and sustainable. So I'm thanking you all for being here, and I would love to stop talking because I think that was enough input for now, and invite actually people that are working on solutions, whether they are tied to target 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, but I have lovely people in the room, and I would really like to start with startups that actually came up with a solution to a problem. And that is the beauty of circularity, I find. It's not just looking at alternatives and creating a new business model. They already solve another problem, then offer an alternative and create a new business model. So I would love to invite Joseph Mugutiru from Hayapec on stage. Is he here? Yes, he's here. I met him yesterday. He's wonderful. He's not in the exhibits, but he can talk to you about his innovation. And then there's 3 more I will call to stage. So just share very quickly what you came up with and why that is a great circular solution before we go to the plenary speakings. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your day.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, energy.
And come on stage. So they will also share very briefly their great products and what they're producing. And yeah, I leave the floor to you. And it's also Ruth joining you. Yes.
Yes. Okay, thanks, Karine. Hi, morning everyone. So at Greenstem Products, we turn sugarcane bagasse, wheat straw, and other types of agricultural byproducts into sustainable.
Is roughly about 200 tons per month. And our future, our focal point, or our future plan is to expand the company, to increase production and expand on the way we collect. We want to increase production from 200 tons to about 3,000 tons per month and expand to the rest of the counties. In future, we intend to convert our factory and improve on efficiency of production. We have about 3 machines. We intend to expand the machines to about 6, and then all the machines will run with solar power. In future, solar power and wind power all will be off-grid to improve on the efficiency. Then the other thing we intend to do is the trucks that deliver the garbage, the waste plastics, we intend to convert them into all electric trucks, ranging from 7 tons to about 15 tons, all electrical, and they'll be charged on off-grid power. That means in terms of production, we are going to save quite a considerable amount. The idea to purchase plastics was conceived. Our managing director is an engineer. He's an innovator to design the machines. All the machines we use, we design them, but now we intend to expand further and buy a machinery from China that will also crush and make the raw material called granules. Those are the ones we sell to the factories in Kenya. The machine will cost roughly about 12 million. And from there, we believe we'll be able to increase the amount of waste we purchase. And also, we'll be able to collect not only from Nairobi, and also from other counties. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then the last one Before we start, sorry, it's very exciting actually to hear everyone talking about their solutions. Keka, to share more about the AI tools and solutions that we have when we're looking at plastics, no waste, and waste management. So Ekeka, are they here? Jeremy, you had identified. Ekeka? Or if I have a problem with pronunciation again? Ekeka? No? No need? Ekeka? Okay. No, not at the moment. Then we proceed with the rest of the program. Thank you very much. Winnie, again, bring it back to you.
Thank you so much, Karine. Let's appreciate her for that wonderful reminder, and also to each and every person who spoke here. They will still be here, I want to believe, for the rest of the day. So if you're interested in what they do, please find them and ask them all the questions that you have. And probably if you want to be a part of whatever they do, then you will have an opportunity to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask us, hey, kindly, to move to the seat that is in front of you. Dr. Ayub, I see you. One of our speakers, kindly assume the seat in front. Johari, if you are here, kindly assume the seats here at the front, and then the rest of us as well. If there's an empty chair in front of you, kindly let's fill it. For the backbenchers, I see you, and I appreciate you. But can I please have us move to, if there's a seat in front of you, kindly let's try and fill those seats. So that we can have a better flow of the program today. Thank you so much for complying. All right, so we're going to start with a plenary session this morning. And like we said, the theme today, we really want to focus on plastic pollution. And plastic pollution, we all know, is a very, very big menace. If you ask me, I would say it's an epidemic in itself. And the biggest question we have, and especially here as a Kenya, is do we have a clear roadmap as far as plastic action is concerned? And ladies and gentlemen, if we are ready, the media team, if we are ready for our first speaker and the introductory video of our first speaker, that is Mr. Johari. Please take it away. As he makes his way on stage. Let's appreciate him as we wait for the media team to play a video for us for Mr. Johari. So if the media team is ready. Okay, let's give them some bit of time. But meanwhile, Johari, you can say hi to the people, tell them who you are. Oh, there we go. Okay, all right. Should we clap for them just to encourage them? Okay, let's clap for them to encourage them until, yeah, sometimes technology does that thing, okay? But just a quick reminder, fantastic,
leading waste management and recycling company in Nairobi, Kenya. He combines his expertise in digital strategy and web development with a passion for environmental conservation to champion sustainable living. An active environmental advocate, Johari frequently engages in public forums such as the Karura Safe and Pristine Virtual Talk, using his voice to promote responsible waste management. At Takataka Solutions, known for recycling 95% of the 90+ tons of waste it collects daily, he plays a key role in raising awareness about innovative recycling, composting, and waste-to-resource initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Johari.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here to contribute to this conversation about circularity as far as plastic waste management is concerned. As we have these conversations, I believe it's the first stage for us to move to the next level that we need to be as a country or as Africa at large to ensure that we are actually making impact that counts. Over the years, I've been privileged to speak to some of the institutions educational institutions about sustainability and waste management, specifically for young people, schools, and there is an instance where a very young kid asked me, so after talking about climate impact, plastic pollution, and its effect on the people, the planet, the environment, they asked me, why do we do this? Like, why should we be concerned about this? Okay, I got a variety of answers. Some say that it's for the environment. Others say it is for future generations. But personally, I believe it is for us. Because when we shift the conversation from it being about other entities, we do not take this matter with the seriousness that it deserves. There are a lot of innovations and solutions that are being brought up. I was speaking to Joseph some time back, and we agreed on one thing, that there is no silver bullet solution to plastic pollution. So as much as we are talking about refusing, reusing, reducing, repurposing, and all those solutions, you have to acknowledge that recycling is the elephant in the room. Considering the amount of plastic that is currently in circulation, we have to find a way to manage what we already have in order to be able to build something that is sustainable. At Takataka Solutions, we're recycling plastic at scale. And when I say at scale, I mean a lot. Currently, we have capacity of collecting up to 90 tons of general waste in a day, with 17% of it being plastic. But you'll come to realize that plastic is all mixed up with up to 7 major categories. So with our process, we are collecting this material from residential homes, commercial businesses, schools, and other institutions. So when this waste is brought to our facility, we are sorting it into these fractions, and then we are recycling it. I would say the milestone that we have come so far for the past 13 years, we started small, I would say, from working with hand carts. At this point, I can proudly say that we are operating a state-of-the-art recycling facility with capacity to recycle both rigid and flexible plastic materials at a rate of 1 ton of flexible plastic in an hour. And flexible plastic is one of the most challenging plastic materials to recycle. I believe that is one of the reasons that we had to ban use of the plastic bags back some time. And with this, I would say the milestones that we are making with the equipment that we are having, this is a model that can be replicated in other areas so that we can maximize the recycling of plastic at scale. Currently, we are having a buyback, a new initiative that we call buyback centers. So far as we are servicing Nairobi, we are envisioning to reach other counties. With our new buyback program, we have set centers where we can purchase materials from places where it has accumulated a lot for recycling. So far, we are operating in Nakuru, Mombasa. We are going even as far to the north of Kenya to places like Kakuma. and we are able to bring all that plastic here in Nairobi for recycling. Our vision is to replicate what we are doing here in Nairobi in these other parts of Kenya and even the larger part of East Africa. I would like to ask you a question as we are redesigning, rethinking, and reimagining the way we handle plastic. We have a responsibility, each one of us, as an individual, as a community, corporations, and even the government, because when NEMA passes enforcement or regulations that need to be complied with, it's the people who are on the ground who actually need to follow. So if, with the recent law that was passed to ensure that at least waste is being segregated at source, this is really vital because it ensures that actually waste can be recycled. Because think of it, when waste is mixed up, you can't even tell, you can't retrieve a paper from food, from plastic. It's just too difficult. So just by a show of hand, I would like to know how many of you guys have segregation bins at their homes? Well, it's, okay, the number is good, but we could do better. So that responsibility, we need to take it seriously at all levels and to engage with all players in the industry. As Takataka Solutions, we are working with organizations, producer responsibility organizations to ensure that all the packaging that they are putting out into the market can be able to reach to our recycling facility by installing recycling station across Nairobi in major malls where the public can access, and also working with organizations like the Kenya Plastic Park to formulate guidelines that help manufacturers to know the packaging which they're using or the packaging which they are producing, is it recyclable? Looking at things like color, the material, so that we ensure whatever they are putting into the market can actually, when it comes to the recycling facility, can actually get to be recycled. So the role that you're playing as an individual, as an organization, as a community, what are you doing to ensure that we are making plastic even easier, or just waste in general easier to manage? And what can you do to take it to the next level? That is my question that I'll leave it with you. My name is Johari Kisengani. I'm a marketing officer at Takataka Solutions. I came with my team, Mercy and Eric. So if you'd like to talk to us more about recycling and waste management, we have a booth just before the exit. And also just to acknowledge Mr. Brian. Thank you. Asante sana.
All right, let's appreciate Johari for that. Thank you. Thank you so much, Johari, for that. And listen, UNEP, and that is United Nations Environment Program, actually reports that every single day, we know the global figures and the numbers, annual numbers, but when you think about every single day, approximately 2,000 garbage trucks full of plastic are actually dumped into the world's oceans, rivers, and lakes. And this is as a result of what we are all doing. We don't want to say a particular person or a particular organization, but what we all are doing. And since the theme today is focused on plastic, we just want to do a reflection here as a country. How are we doing? What are we doing? what were we doing a few years ago and what is it that we can do now. And ladies and gentlemen, right about now, allow me to have Mr. Akshay on stage, even as the media team plays his introductory video. As he makes his way to the stage, let's appreciate him. Media team.
He is the Group Executive Director of SILA Africa and the Chair of the Kenya Plastics Pact Steering Committee. In his various capacities, he is focused on ensuring the plastic packaging sector in Africa moves towards a recycling and circular economy model through a combination of corporate pledges, supported by circular economy-friendly legislative changes, and accelerated by innovation across the value chain. Please welcome Akshay Shah.
Good morning. I wanted the podium out of the way because I'm too short. You won't see me. But also because I have a very a visual PowerPoint that can help to really land the message that I'll be sharing in a moment. So what I'd like to do is focus on why does circular economy matter to our future? So let's move to the next slide. And before we get into it, let's first of all take stock of where are we today? What have we done over the last 5 years or so, or maybe since 2017, right, when the wake-up call was given. So where are we? We can look at it in two dimensions. One is the glass is half full, right? Optimistic. What have we done? Wait, please. So the glass is half full, meaning what has worked? There have been some amazing progressive laws. The banning of plastic bags, the Sustainable Waste Management Act of 2022 and 2024, which required segregation at source, collecting of that waste with licensed waste collectors, taking these to MRFs, and then packaging users becoming a member of a PRO as a mandatory thing. All of these were enacted. EPR frameworks have become mandatory by law, but that doesn't mean it's actually being enforced. So there is partial enforcement, which started off with flexible plastic packaging. I believe almost 500 bakeries actually were part of this to prove that an EPR model can actually work. When it comes to industry partnerships, KEPRO, the Kenya Plastics Pact, have really led the way to enable organizations to have voluntary commitments. And this has again really showed us that companies and individuals who are willing to step up are able to show that circular economy works. The next one is rising the awareness. So we already know there are so many early adopter champions. Like we heard from Takataka, we heard from the guy who's making plastic bags out of hyacinth, and there are so many of these companies in Kenya that are innovating, and these are the early adopters. There's also large companies. One of them is my company, SILA Africa, who is really committed to making packaging to be more circular and use more recycled content in that. We're also recognizing these innovators, like KEPRO does an annual circular packaging conference where they have awards, different types of awards to recognize those who are innovating in circularity, and so does KPP. Like we just heard from a number of innovators today, and I'm sure there's many others over there who are being recognized, which is great because we need role models. And then, of course, circular economy conferences like today, the one that happened a few weeks ago with KEPRO. And I would say one of the big things that KPP has achieved is to have a clear definition of problematic plastics. This is no longer an opinion. This is a fact. These are standards. These are defined technically through stakeholder involvement. And so you can't run away from this anymore. I mean, you could debate whether how long it'll take to remove problematic plastics from the market, from the ecosystem, but you cannot debate what is problematic because those things have been clearly defined. And there is a roadmap in place to eliminating. The question is, how long will it take? But the glass is also half full. half empty. Because in as much as there is a lot of talk and a lot of recognition and a lot of awareness around circular economy, but really speaking, my guess is majority of companies and individuals in Kenya do not really think that this is mandatory, right? It's optional. It's like taking maybe a health supplement. If I take it, it's good, but if I don't take it, I'm not going to die. So moving to a circular economy is actually not being considered as an existential need, right? And which is a big problem. Number two, the ecosystem teamwork. We are having a lot of entities and individuals working on their own, trying to do different things, but I think we need to really bring our synergies together so that we don't end up with a lot of duplication and a lot of effort. And sometimes the synergy of just working together helps us to accelerate more. Number three is enforcement. So as I said earlier, the Sustainable Waste Management Act, amazing. But if it's not being enforced, then, not amazing. So where is this enforcement supposed to happen? In Kenya, it's supposed to happen at the county level. And as I said earlier, we do have the law to say segregate waste at source. Waste should be collected by licensed collectors and taken to MRFs, material recovery facilities, and mandatory PRO membership. This is all there, but it's not being enforced. It is still based on those people who volunteer to do so, and because it's not being considered as mandatory, it's still considered optional. And finally, number four, how many people here think that investing in waste collection, waste sorting like MRFs, and waste recycling is more profitable than fintech or cryptocurrency or any of these other businesses that are able to attract millions of dollars of investment? I don't think so. I don't think it's like seen as recycling is like the next big Bitcoin profitable thing, right? But it can be if we have the right enabling environment. For example, at Takataka, you're talking about the need to segregate at source and clean that waste before you segregate it, because then it becomes more profitable for Takataka to recycle that material. And that means more companies will want to do the same business as Takataka. Maybe not so good for Takataka because you'll get more competition, but we probably need 100 Takatakas in Kenya to be able to really clean up the environment. But is anyone really going to do that business if it's not profitable? Why would anyone waste their time? So we really have to showcase that recycling can be extremely profitable if the right environment, the right enforcement is in place. So let us say if all this is either done or not done, what is at stake? What is at stake for Kenya? So there are two big areas. So the first one is around green manufacturing opportunity. If we think about manufacturing since the start of the Industrial Revolution, it was linear. All right? It started off in Britain, in the UK. Okay? That's where the Industrial Revolution started, with the invention of the steam engine and other things. Later on, manufacturing moved into different parts, maybe across Europe, maybe across North America. And then more sort of recently, in the last 30 years, China became the manufacturing hub of the world. But how green is China's manufacturing? Not so much. Even today, they are still investing in more coal-powered energy to run their manufacturing infrastructure. How much of Kenya's energy is renewable? More than 90%. More than 90% of our energy is renewable. So if you put a manufacturing plant in Kenya, you are already operating in a much more green way than compared to China. Number two, our labor cost is actually lower than China. Number three, we are better connected to the world from Kenya than China is, because they don't have to deal with all the South Sea political problems. So is there an opportunity where Kenya could actually be positioned as a leader in circular economy manufacturing with all the green credentials? It's not a big thing because we don't have to go back and change how energy is produced in Kenya. That's already done, right? We just need to have the way we manufacture to be more circular. That means reducing import dependency. The amount of raw material that is imported into Kenya, if we just take plastics, it's millions, hundreds of millions of dollars of plastic raw material is imported into the country. And then this thing is being used to manufacture products, which we then put into the market. If plastic is recyclable, and I know it is, Sil Africa, my company, has been in the business of manufacturing plastics for over 60 years. And I can guarantee you it's recyclable if you do it the right way, right? Design it the right way, have the right systems in place. And so why are we continuing to import more plastic into the country when we could simply take the plastic that's already here, accumulating for more than 50 to 80 years, and use that to make new raw material? Like, if we can do that, we don't really need to depend on importing. It means we can also insulate Kenya from global supply chain risks. Most of you know that during the pandemic, the global supply chains had completely been disrupted, okay? And companies that were depending on something being imported really had to figure out, like, how do we adapt? We have an opportunity to become much more resilient by having our own plastic. And we don't need to, go into like, let's produce our oil, and then from the oil, let's produce our plastic. We don't need that. We already have enough plastic in the country hidden inside our landfills and dump sites and rivers and oceans and lakes. We just have to take that out and make it work for us. Number 3 is the increased economic contribution. If you imagine, like, probably I would say 99% of Kenya's GDP is coming from a linear economy, all right? Because that's literally what we've been doing since civilization began. Well, since industrial revolution began. But if we were to now take all of this value and bring it back through a circular economy, that means we're at the very least doubling the size of the economy. Because once that product reaches at the end of its use, you now have to build businesses that are going to deal with return and reuse and repair and recycle and refill. None of these businesses are happening at scale today. None of them, okay? But if we really want 100% of what comes into the market to come back in a circular way, that means all these new businesses have to be created. Imagine the amount of businesses and jobs that can be done if we simply think at scale. The problem is we're not thinking at scale. We're happy to have a couple of little examples here, and then we say, oh, nice, nice, nice. It's a gimmick. Let's wake up and realize that if it's not happening at scale, we are just a poster child for circular economy. We're not actually an economy. And finally, I've talked about green businesses and jobs. But this idea of green business, green manufacturing, green anything, this is where the entire world is moving. Okay? We talk a lot about the need to maintain global temperatures below this 1.5 degrees. We talk a lot about like everywhere on the planet, nobody is going to say that green manufacturing or green businesses are not important. So where are all these businesses going to come from? Who is going to set the tone and the leadership for what the next generation of manufacturing looks like? It can start here. And because of, as I said earlier, we already are at least halfway there, because our energy is, majority of it is already renewable, right? We already have the laws in place. We already have so much ready, but we are still waiting at the starting line for somebody to say go. Let's look at the next slide. So, so there was also this one, which is this idea that a clean Kenya, right, is great. Like we want to go out and walk in Karura Forest, or we want to walk around here and not look at garbage and all of that. But actually, a clean Kenya is a prosperous Kenya. That's the main message here, right? It's a prosperous Kenya. Yes, some people might want to have a clean environment, but does a clean environment pay the bills at home? Probably not. Okay, it doesn't put money in anyone's pocket directly. But if we really think about it, a clean Kenya can be prosperous because it will boost our tourism, right? People in places like Delhi are dying prematurely because of the level of air pollution in that city. And one of my friends told me, I'd want to come to Kenya for a holiday. And I said, well, you already have come here so many times. You've seen all the animals. How many more times do you want to see an elephant? And he said, no, I want to come to Kenya to breathe clean air. Like he wants to come on a holiday to breathe clean air. Okay, as other parts of the world are becoming more dirty, as I said, China is still using coal. Probably the rest of the world is aging as well. This is a place where people could come for tourism, but not just to see wild animals and enjoy the beach, but actually to breathe clean air. With environmental protection, we're not going to end up with all these, problems of rivers clogging up, lakes and the river life or the sea life inside is dying. We're not. I mean, there's also so much of losses, like all this material is just being trapped inside landfills and in the environment when it could actually come back as raw material, which means it's money, all right? But what are we doing with the money? We are exporting the money out to other countries so that other businesses and other jobs, other people outside have the jobs, and here we are not even giving that money back into our country. So massive losses because of that. And as a result, even to sort of create the infrastructure that can help build a circular Kenya is also something that we can easily do. Like we already have an amazing road infrastructure in Kenya. That means getting the waste from Garissa or Turkana to Nairobi is not a big challenge. But we just need the enforcement of the laws at the county level. If you have a clean Kenya, we will definitely have less disease, right? People will be more productive. There'll be less babies dying, better quality of life, which can also lead to higher productivity, right? So these are the things that are at stake. But how are we actually going to get there? I mean, it's all nice to say, yes, this is at stake, and then we go back. Today is today Thursday? Yeah? So, okay, we'll be excited today. Maybe tomorrow is a Friday, we'll still be excited. Over the weekend, we'll have some vague memories of this conference. And then Monday is going to come. And then it's just going to be back to life as usual. All right? So, I don't think we can stop at this conference. We have to really think beyond. And thinking beyond this by continuing to talk is actually getting very tiring. All right? We've recently seen at the Intergovernmental Conference this idea of creating a global treaty to regulate plastics has completely failed. After years of conferencing and wasting time with travels and all this, it failed. What the hell? Yeah? I think if we're going down a path where actions are going to take a long time, after endless talking, probably people will just lose interest. Probably people will lose hope. So let's look at what are the quick wins that we can achieve by using our teamwork. And so the quick wins are essentially in two groups. One is the private sector, right? The private sector can do these things without waiting for the public sector, without waiting for the government to do anything. Okay, so here are my 3 suggestions for the private sector. KEPRO already has a franchise model for material recovery facilities. Already has it. We just don't have an actual MRF to show to everyone in Kenya that this is an MRF, this is how it can run, This is how it can be so profitable. Go and put up an MRF in your own county, in your own wherever it is. I mean, there are a few, like I think Taka Taka does run an MRF where waste comes in, it is sorted out, partly recycled and all that. But, that's a very big investment, what Taka Taka has done. An MRF could actually be put up for a very, very small amount, a fraction of that investment, because all it needs to do is receive recyclable, non-recyclable waste, separate it into its different fractions, compress it, and then that's it. That is gold for recyclers, right? Recyclers will pay much more money than what they are paying for dirty, unsorted waste, because it's making their business more profitable. So we need to be able to show through a franchise model, nationwide standardized MRFs. Why through a franchise model? Because a franchise can provide governance and oversight, right? Because MRFs can easily become places of human exploitation. So we don't want to solve one problem and create another problem, right? And it should be there in every county. And counties are willing to provide the land. I mean, just to get one MRF started, it doesn't take a lot. 1 acre of land, okay? A little shed, couple of conveyor belts, and jobs for people who do not even need that many skills. So that's a quick win. Circularity awards for individuals and companies across value chains. We are doing this. We're already doing this. But what I want to highlight here is let's go beyond recognizing the company. All right? Like it's good to recognize, for example, Seal Africa to get a Packaging Innovation Award. But who actually came up with the idea? Who within my company got the credit for that? If that person is recognized, right, and on the customer side, my customer side, who started to make those decisions to adopt this innovation? On the recycling side, which recycler is actually participating in this pilot to recycle that so we get the material back? Those individuals need to be recognized, all right? Because a company is what? It's just a collection of individuals. But within that company, there are some inspired people. Those are the people we need to recognize and champion them so that they become the role models. I think it's very difficult for a company to be a role model because a company is not a human being. Number 3 is life cycle assessment transparency. So this can be either a technical thing, that, what is a life cycle? Well, basically, it's simply saying we will measure the carbon footprint and other natural resources like water. For this packaging, let's publish it and show people whether it is actually reducing or increasing carbon footprint compared to its substitute. Like, for example, the plastic bag ban, okay, what did it do? It replaced it with polypropylene woven bags. If you do a life cycle assessment of both, I can more or less guess that the PP woven bag has a much higher carbon footprint than the other one, okay? But, it is there. Has it actually made the environment better? Probably not. We could have gone down the other route with the hyacinth bag, and maybe that would have had a lower carbon footprint. So that's about transparency. On the public sector, there are 3 things. So number 1, Rwanda. Let's learn from something that Rwanda has done. Manufacturers must provide a buyback guarantee and ramp it up over 5 years or something, so you're not hit with it overnight, right? If I'm producing 100 tons of plastic a month and selling it to whoever, I need to be able to guarantee that I'll buy 100 tons of plastic waste a month. What I do with that plastic waste is my problem. Either I remanufacture or I sell it to Taka Taka or whatever. But there has to be that guaranteed demand for buyback. Number 2, export tariffs on recyclable waste. Today, like let's say with PET, more than 90% of PET waste that is collected and recycled in Kenya is exported. It's not actually being sold to the local recyclers of PET in Kenya. They've made investments, but their investments are sitting idle because the value of that PET waste outside of Kenya is worth more than it is in Kenya. So how do we deal with that? One way is we can introduce eco-levies, which is currently under a lot of debate. But another way is to introduce an export tariff. The money that comes from the export tariff, let that go and sort out the legacy waste, right, in the landfills and dump sites and clean that up and restore them. And number 3, the county leaderboard. The county leaderboard, again, is about showing which counties are leading in the enforcement of regulations. Those counties that are...
Yes, that talk qualifies for TED, isn't it? Yes, that was a TED talk. I've learned a lot, and I'll be, you are one of the people you have spoken to. And you have also summarized, actually, the motivation behind this conference about circularity, green, innovation. You have captured it very well. In my presentation, I also want to be very structured. I want to do it in PowerPoint. But as government, you know, like you have said, enforcement doesn't move as fast as idea development. Because in enforcement, you have to look at law. Is there a law? Which clause? Which charge? Okay? How do I charge you? Have I done awareness? And so it's a bit slow. I'm still waiting for my PowerPoints. Yes. This is me, not the PowerPoint. Okay, now here it comes. Thank you. So 2007, about 2 decades ago, when we started by imposing 120% excise duty on plastic bags. And then it didn't work because the cost was thrown to the consumer. And so we decided now to go for the thickness of the bag. And so in 2010, we didn't want bags less than 30 gauge, but the problem continued. And in 2017, a total ban was done on plastic carrier bags. And that led the private sector to wake up because we wanted to do more bans, but we didn't have data. So we were doing it out of gut feeling. Yeah? So we had to come up with a framework of cooperation, and a company was formed called PETCO to deal with PET. And then KEPRO was formed in 2020 to deal with the bread packaging bags. And then still, voluntary, many people are out of enforcement. And to enhance enforcement, we had to come up with the National Sustainable Waste Management Policy in 2021, and then followed by the Act to make these things enforceable. And then we have the EPR regulations 2024, plus other regulations that I have shown you earlier. Now, one good thing about the revised regulations, especially on sustainable waste management 2024, is that we have waste management standards. They are in place. And also, we have the national character code, how you store and manage your waste. Where we have the green for organic, general waste is black and blue for recyclables. And of course, I know this is not very favorable to the waste service providers who are here. The fees went up, okay? Because we felt that we will need, we needed more money to help NEMA to do their work. So these are the gains out of the Waste Management Regulations 2024. Next slide. Now, today I feel that we are talking a lot about plastics. And I came up with a few facts that these are from books. You can read this, that the plastic has increased cumulatively, the world has all that. But studies done in Nairobi shows that we have this composition. 60% of our waste is organic, 30% recyclable, and 10 others. 9% of our waste in Nairobi is plastics. And Nairobi alone produces approximately 500 metric tons of plastic waste daily, where less than 10% get recycled. So where is the rest? The rest is with us in our estates. It is burnt, and so you are breathing it in, and so it's a serious case. Next slide. But dealing with plastics is not easy. They still remain the preferred packaging, the preferred choice in terms of items to use, because it's cost effective, easy to use, convenient to store. You can do bulk packages at low cost. We know that in 2017 we banned. The plastic bag, but it is still there. Why? Because some of the uses needed to be retained. We adopted a phased approach in getting to zero plastic packaging in Kenya. And for us to get there, all plastics that are in use in Kenya now, plastic bags, plastic packaging materials, are those that are licensed by NEMA. They are authorized. And for you to be authorized, you have to make an application and you pay some money. We need to know the volumes. So the volumes are here. So how much do you want to put in the market? Next slide. And there are prohibitions. Nobody should manufacture, export, possess, use. Using plastic bags is prohibited in Kenya. Even offering for sale plastic bags or plastic film without authorization. And with authorization, you can now have the items in the market being used. But I'll show you other restrictions that we have put in place. Now, so these are the uses that are allowed. So if you want to apply to use plastic in Kenya, if you are not within this allowable areas, that is construction sector, agricultural sector, manufacture of tents, mechanical and machine parts, that is lapping because of dust. Yeah? Household wares, again because of dust. Garbage bags are allowed, caution tapes, vegetable and food packaging bags, diaper, and then any other material that may be determined by the authority from time to time. But for you to do that, you must get a license from NEMA, and you must be a member, or you must prove that you will collect those plastics from the environment. And so these are the materials that currently have applied for use of the plastic bag: food, primary industrial packaging, garbage, sanitary wares, shrink wrappers, textile wrappers, etc. And we have a criteria for that. We do not accept just any plastic, okay? It must fulfill this criteria, that is recyclable, what it is used for, product preservation or public health concerns, security measure, or required for water and dust proofing, to maintain product integrity while on transit, does not constitute over packaging. So if you ask for secondary packaging and we are not convinced that it is required, then you will not be allowed. Okay, and these are the license conditions. So that criteria that I have shown you, when you apply, you are also given conditions to follow. Like, for example, a manufacturer can only manufacture for those with valid license from NEMA, okay? And then for primary industrial packaging. And then not for sale at the counter. And then we have other conditions. So it is not a license. NEMA license is not what you see on the front page. It is what you see on page 2, the conditions. And these are the conditions that we ask for. Now, why we are doing that is because responsibility in Kenya in waste management has shifted, and we have what we call the extended producer responsibility. And it has changed the landscape of waste management in the country. So that now, generation and storage, make sure you do it in green bag, or if you have synthetic, you store it in black bag or blue bag. Destination has also changed. Not the way we knew before, it goes to the dump site. Now it goes to the composting facility or MRF. Technologies composting, black soldier flies, etc. We are waiting for more technologies. And I'm sure they have been mentioned here. Reuse, upcycling, recycling, incineration for synthetic. Responsibility. This is very important. So when you see waste out there, don't blame the county. You know, there before we used to blame county. You are blaming them wrongly. Although waste is a devolved function, when we come to interpretation of the law, the details of the law, counties are only managing organic waste. All synthetic is managed through EPR schemes. So when we see waste out there, then we see paper, we see plastic, we see metal, and others. Please, let us know where to place the blame. And of course, we blame the importers and also the manufacturers. Okay? Because why are you not attracting the waste picker? You know, waste pickers are magnets. Yeah? They are attracted to the waste if it has good compensation. Now, players, we have many players including ourselves as waste generators. And so the responsibility therefore has shifted to the two people, that is the waste generator. Make sure you place your waste at the appropriate place. But when it comes to processing, county for organic, the producer for the inorganics. And we already have a framework on how to do to manage waste. You can either do it individually or collectively. And so, for management of waste, we have different players such as producers, the extended producer responsibility schemes, and then the importers also have a responsibility, and we have left it open. There is still something open in our regulations, products that produce waste that can negatively impact the environment, human and animal health. This is a very important clause. If you see the government leaving something not useful at that time, it can be used tomorrow. For example, we can use that clause even to subject organic waste to EPR. So this is how we implement EPR. It's either corrective or individual, but then you have to present certain documents to NEMA, what we call the EPR plan. Next slide. And so the landscape has changed. So county on top. This blue top is county. It is yourself and the county and other players that are in there dealing with organic, composting, the black soldier fly farmers. But down here, black bean, blue bean belongs to the producers. And so what is likely to happen in the near future? The county may say, place your waste outside. And then they just come and pick the green bag and leave the other waste there. It is legal. It is legal to do that in Kenya. And then they claim, hey, you, private sector, can you come and pick your waste? So that is how our legal framework looks like. So the government has finished the policy, as I have explained. Where do we have a problem right now in waste management? In the middle, here. Because the players, the private sector, have not come up with a way to manage their waste. What we hear from private sector is, we are trying. We are organizing ourselves. But Kenyans are still suffering. They are still suffering from open burning and other things. Now, at the far end, of course, it is the other players, including Akshay. They are ready. And Akshay has said that there is capacity. There is some capacity that is not utilized in Kenya. And that is why he's talking about export of waste instead of doing it locally. The waste pickers in the room, they are ready on that green side. So far, we have 4 PROs, thanks to Kenya Association of Manufacturers, because they are the ones who have groomed these organizations to come up. Of course, the textile people, we don't see them here. We have not seen the textile people. The motor vehicles and the borders, they are not here. We are wondering, where are you? But as I said, enforcement is slow. But it will still catch up with them. Next slide. So we have started enforcement. Our enforcement is based on our monitoring. If we monitor in the environment and we find that there is a problem, we quickly do what we call restoration orders, clean the site, and you do re-engagement with your collectors. So this is happening now. It's happening now, but like I said, the enforcement is a bit slow because of the dynamics. There are a lot of dynamics that are in place, but we have started. The penalties are there in the law. Very good penalties. If you don't sort your waste at source, 20,000 fine. If you carry mixed waste, 50,000. If you operate a waste management facility illegally, 2 million. And you see, for producers, the same way. So, if a producer does not do their work, 2 million. Retailer, this is very important for shops, shopkeepers. If they stock items that are not at the PRO, they are also penalized, 2 million. Producer giving wrong information, not being a member, that is the free riders, penalty 2 million. The penalty is quite good. So the law is in place. Okay. Now, so what kind of enforcement is going on now? Now, waste is the devolved function. Dam sites are managed by counties. Of course, we don't want dam sites. But then, do we tell counties to establish MRFs? They will slap us with a bill. So what we have asked counties to do is, number one, to respect the national color code. So that green from this building reaches the Dora as green and it is stored there as green. So we have already directed them to reorganize dam sites to receive this segregated waste. But what is the response from counties? They have told us, NEMA, come and give us technical support. What technical support do you need to just decide that organic should be deposited there? Okay? So that waste pickers can go there and do composting. And then black here. And then blue there. And EPL come and pick from black and from blue. So you see, what we are saying is that we are not getting adequate cooperation from counties. And that is a problem. And you know there are governments. So our last engagement with them about 2 weeks ago, here, in the office here, they asked for a technical committee of NEMA and them to discuss again this matter. So please don't ask why enforcement is slow. We are trying, but there are roadblocks on the way. Now, for EPR, it is in court, but not everything is in court for EPR. We are enforcing the plastic management regulations, and the producers had up to August 2025, to transition, because the regulation was from December 2024. There is a mistake there. Now, so what we have done is that we have written to the PROs, because we have realized that PROs wanatudanganya, they cheat us. Yes, they cheat us. You know, I sit on that desk. And so what PROs are doing, they recruit companies. Companies are good at paying the registration fee. If it is 500 shillings, they pay very quickly. And they get a certificate. And then they don't pay the EPR fee. So in actual fact, have they done anything? So, but when you look at their list of members, so many, but they have not paid for collection of waste. So, the other thing is that those who are trying, we noted that they are collecting from places that are not licensed, okay? Which is wrong. I showed you the figure for a license to operate a waste management facility. So you cannot pay 80,000, and then the person who is benefiting from EPR is from an unlicensed facility. So we have demanded that let us have the licensed facilities only to participate. Now for plastics, we have gone ahead to write to supermarkets. We have told them, can you remove all those plastic packaged materials that are not compliant with the NEMA? So that now it has gone to that level of being not allowed to access the market. That is where we are now. And as we go to the next second phase of licensing, we will discuss more on issues to do with recyclability, recoverability, will be the main items that inform our licensing in the second phase of our licensing. Challenges, I think I have explained the challenges. But now, let's talk about the UN Treaty. Because I saw there is a discussion coming later on the UN Treaty. There is a negotiation going on to come up with the UN Treaty on plastics, because plastics are, you can find plastics from other countries in Kenya. So, and the areas of discussion are everything plastic, including plastic products, the exemptions. I've told you that in Kenya we also have exemptions. That is, we have a phased implementation. Then design, supply, sustainable production, releases and leakages, plastic waste management, existing plastic pollution, and others. Now, where are we? Because plastic supports economy of some countries, we have faced roadblocks. So we cannot say where we are. We are out there in the wilderness. We have met 6 times. We have not made progress. As per 5.2, which ended the other day, we did not agree, and everything is being negotiated. But of course, we are keen on this because we have porous borders. We have plastic drifted into our international water bodies like Indian Ocean and Lake Victoria. Loss of jobs. When we do very well in plastics, in enforcing plastics here, some companies move to our neighboring countries. So their economies grow at the expense of Kenya being very strict. And the global is a shared resource. So what is our advice to all of us? All of us, the advice is we have been challenged by counties. Why is NEMA keen on issues to do with waste and it's a devolved function? The waste was devolved. To touch waste was devolved. But the environment bit of waste was not devolved. It was left to NEMA. So that surface that touches waste, whether it is a truck, whether it is the ground, that one is regulated by NEMA. Okay? And so we need the waste sector, the waste informal players. Please formalize yourself so that you can benefit from EPR. MRFs, we need them. Transport schedules are very important. You know, we are regulating EPR. How sure are we that the waste pickers are benefiting from EPR? I can only be sure of that if I see waste moving, what we call evacuation of waste. And so evacuation to us is very important. And so we demand for more engagement with all waste service providers, as evidenced by minutes of meeting. You know, we are dealing with money. And so there must be negotiation that give me 5 shilling, no, it's 6, like that. Okay, I think that is my last slide. So as I finish, we are trying. Yes. However, private sector, don't pay Joyce 500 shillings. Private sector who are here, Joyce is complaining. Hapro came to me the other day. They are complaining. These guys are paying me just the registration fee. They don't pay for waste management. Now, how do you expect Joyce to proceed if she's not paid? Okay? Then counties, You have heard the challenges that we are facing. And with those many remarks, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ayub. And I want to believe that was also another TED Talk. Thank you. Should we increase more, should we have an increase on the fines as I welcome all the speakers to come here for a very quick photo session? And also Dr. Ayub is receiving a gift from Eco World. But let's have the speakers back here on the stage for a very quick photo session. Yes, Dr. Ayub Johari, for a very quick photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate them with a better round of applause. And as they take the photo, just a quick reminder about the ongoing treasure hunt. And from what I've heard is one of you, or maybe two, you found it, opened it, and left it where it was. So if that is you, you might be losing out, missing out on a very important, on a gift that you'll be receiving. And remember, the treasure hunt ends at exactly 1 p.m. or during lunch hour. So you have very less than 2 hours to do so. So if you're the one who opened it and left it, probably rush, and keep it. You have to keep it and find Praxitis and give it to her. All right, so thank you so much for that wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are entering another exciting session, and this is the launch of the No Single-Use Plastic Awareness Campaign. And to help us take us through that session, we have Josephine Wawira, who's the head of corporate communications at KEPSA, and also a member of the Kenya Plastic Pact Secretariat, and she'll be joined by Henry from WWF to take us through that this session rather. And Henry is a project officer, Circular Economy Initiative, EPR at WWF Kenya. And just a bit on Josephine's profile so that you understand why this is not just important to her, but also to all of us. So Josephine, her deep-rooted commitment to sustainability has led her to use communications to advocate for the private sector's role in positively impacting the planet, people, and profits, and showcasing best practices to inspire others to adopt sustainable production and consumption models for a better and a safer planet. I can also see Dr. Catherine is here, so Dr. you'll be joining us in just a second. But to take us through that session and on the launch and just tell us a little bit about it, ladies and gentlemen, Josephine Wawira.
Henry, are you in the room? Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I know we are standing between you and a cup of tea this morning, so we'll be as quick as possible. No need to repeat my introduction, so I'll go straight to my business today. And I want to start off with, how many have played 2 truths and 1 lie before? 2 truths and 1 lie? Hi. Let me teach you. So I'm going to give you 2 truths and 1 lie. Then you're going to tell me which one is the lie by a show of hands, okay? So listen carefully. Sawa? Sawa? Number 1. A single-use plastic item can last in the environment for over 100 years. Number 2. All single-use plastic items do not have sustainable alternatives. All single-use plastic items do not have sustainable alternatives. Number 3, we can successfully and collectively eliminate single-use plastics by refusing, reusing, reducing, refilling, and, for those who've been paying attention, and the 5 R's, replacing. Number 1, 2, and 3. 2 truths and 1 lie. By a show of hands, which one was a lie? Number 2. Only. Did you pay attention? 2 truths and 1 lie. How many truths did I tell? How many truths did I tell? Someone got it right. How many truths did I tell? 1 or 2? I told one truth. So you should have paid attention. I say 2 truths and 1 lie. So when I say which one was the truth, by number, show of hands. Number 1, number 2, or number 3? Gentleman there? Number? What did it say? Very good. So it is true that we can successfully and collectively eliminate single-use plastics by refusing to use what is not necessary in our lives. I don't know from yesterday, those who were there yesterday, up to today, how many have used a single-use plastic item and how many times? Very few, right? Because we have tried in this conference as well to make sure that we are an no-waste conference. It is a very, very, very big lie that single-use plastics do not have sustainable alternatives. In the morning earlier, we had some of the businesses with sustainable solution sharing, right? So that is a lie, okay? Yeah? It is also true or a lie that a plastic item can last in the environment for over 500 years in the environment without decomposing. That is a truth. So. Good, clap for yourselves. Jerry, I see you doing the math. I see you doing the math. Is it mathing? Over 500 years in the environment without decomposing, which is why the launch of this campaign today is very, very, very important to us, because it is a call to action for us to take individual responsibility and do individual actions at the personal level, but also at the business level to eliminate what is not needed in our lives. And this campaign is going to start officially with a few industries that are already pushing for this action, and that is the hospitality industry, the tourism industry. So an exciting feature that you're going to see on this campaign is this logo. I don't know whether the media team can display the logo. In the meantime, this logo. All right, can you see it? This hand of stop. Stop. Eliminate single-use plastics. So this logo, a few of the hospitality industries, and we'll be reaching out to more, have already embraced elimination of single-use, including the venue that we are in. If you've noticed, all the glasses that we've been using on the water, they're actually offcuts from beer and alcohol bottles. They are recycled glasses, all right? If you see, also we've been taking them through classes, because when we came first, there were a few items that needed some working, and so we are on their case very much. And anytime you get into a restaurant, and these businesses will be announced once we get into the implementation plan, and you see this logo displayed in their restaurant, whether it's Java or whichever is your favorite restaurant or coffee shop, you will be notified that this is a no single-use plastic zone. Sasa, unajua vile unaambiwa, this is a cigarette or smoking-free zone. You've seen that, right? So those will be no single-use plastic zones. Sasa. And when you do that, please give them a hand, because they are really making the commitment. Sasa. But we are also going to play a part on our end. When we go to the restaurant to get our cup of tea, always remember that that single cup, after you finished, or tea, or whatever your favorite drink is, you use once, you dispose it, it's going to remain in the environment for over 500 years. So what do? Remember when we sent the message that when you're coming for this conference, carry your reusable water bottle? How about now you invest in also a reusable coffee cup, so that when you go to the shop to get your coffee, you just refill instead of getting a plastic cup, right? Is that possible? Is that possible? How about also, and I know this is going to be difficult, but possible, being a bit selective and going to the restaurants and the hotels that actually are implementing these initiatives. Why not? We support, Sindio. And that will also encourage the others to adopt. That's possible, right? So this campaign is all about that circularity in action in the hospitality and tourism industries and also in the MICE industry. And later, I know Praxidis will be leading a session on that, and some of those businesses will be sharing on how they're actually doing that and how they're going to scale. So, to also make this campaign possible, we are proud to have the partnership and support of WWF Kenya. And Henry is here to give a few remarks on how and why this is important as well for the civil society. Henry.
Thank you, Josephine, for putting me on this high table. So, good morning. My name is Henry Masai Munyao. I work with the Worldwide Fund for Nature and our circular economy program. It has now grown to green economy and policy, including aspects of climate change, energy, and policy. So I'm representing our program and, of course, WWF at large. So we are proud, happy to be members or part of this journey in terms of trying to reduce plastic injection into our environment. Okay. So I'm just trying to fit in. So we have been in this space for quite some time, trying to initiate projects that generate some bit of evidence in terms of what needs to be done to effectively, or in the long run, prevent injection and production of plastics. And we are happy to be also supporting members of the Kenya Plastics Pact, which I think aligns their mission and vision with what we have in WWF through our No Plastics in Nature initiatives. Now you're seeing no single-use plastics. So we are continually adopting the word no in most of the things that we find we can actually look for alternatives and replace, and our lives continue. Of course, we know the importance of some of the plastics, but then we are saying for those that we actually need to use on a daily basis, what innovative ways can we adopt to make sure that they remain circulating within the economic space and not within the environmental space. And therefore, we are happy for any initiatives that are on reuse models, refill models, phasing out of what we call unnecessary in some aspects, and problematic plastics. Problematic in terms of even collection. How do you collect them? How do you recycle? It is very problematic. But then when you look deep into it, then, and therefore, as WWF, and essentially they don't mean anything to me. Even as a producer, there are things I just add in my production line, but come to think of it critically, they had nothing. They actually have a negative effect in my gross margins. So if you reduce some of those impurities you're putting in your production lines, they can actually save you costs. And that is what we are looking for. So just in a nutshell, we, of course, part of the team, we're joining the movement to beat plastic pollution crisis. As you are aware, we have the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity, and pollution. So some of these initiatives, including just a simple action of eliminating unnecessary plastics, then goes a long way in terms of minimizing that. Because single-use plastics are a significant contributor of plastic pollution. So if we can significantly reduce that, then we are also reducing plastic pollution. Then the environmental impact of that, you can see the production and consumption, disposal of these single-use plastics are also creating, a lot of problems, environmental. They are also giving us a lot of burdens in terms of management. If you look at the county governments, if you go to those dump sites, all the materials now left there are those things that cannot go anywhere. I don't know whether you have had a chance to visit at your nearest dump site. The things you're finding now there are not, water bottles. They are things that are not going anywhere. Yeah? So it means at least in this 10-year anniversary, some things have been happening in a good way. So we need to reflect and see what is it that then we need to change to make sure that the materials that are not moving within our very developing recycling infrastructure, we make sure that they are moving. So there's also an aspect of community engagement. I think Josephine has alluded to that we need to involve everybody, communities, partners, stakeholders in making sure that we adopt reusable refill alternatives that are eliminating these plastics. And we want to commend the host of this conference for the exemplary work. This can be a good model actually for how we need to adopt reuse models or circular economy concept actually in a closed loop system. Everything here I look at is just recycled and repurposed in a way. So this can be a case study for how we need to do that. So with those few remarks, I want to thank everybody and also thank KPP for partnering with us and accepting our support, however small it is. But I know it's going a long way in making sure that we greatly produce reusable alternatives and reduce injection of unnecessary plastics in our environmental space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry, and for your support. We do not take it for granted. As you can see, what is on the screen, ideally, this is an amazing setup for a no single-use plastic use in a restaurant. Other supporters include the Kenya Bureau of Standards and NEMA, and we have Dr. Catherine from NEMA who's going to be giving a few remarks and then officially launch the campaign. But before that, I ask the media team to kindly play us the launch video, after which you play Dr. Catherine's introduction video, and then we welcome her on stage. Thank you very much, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think they deserve a better hand clap even as we welcome Dr. Catherine to officially launch the campaign. So the media team is ready as Dr. Catherine.
She is the Deputy Director for Environmental Education and Awareness at the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA. In her role, she advocates for sustainable waste management and the importance of public environmental responsibility and education. Please welcome Dr. Catherine Mbaisi.
Thank you very much for that intro. I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for the amazing job they've done to host us in this conference, and for all the thought process that have gone in organizing, in making sure that everything, everywhere we pass, we are learning. So thank you so much. I want to just make a few remarks with regards to single-use plastics. I think there is a lot that has been already spoken, so I will not say much. First of all, we have already discussed about the issues of the single-use plastics and why we really had to ban, because this is something that's designed for one touch, one time, just once, and then we discuss. And so the impacts are really a lot. I'm sure we have talked about it. And I know when we started in 2017, we really used to talk about the issues of drainage, flooding, the rivers. You know how we have struggled with the cleaning Nairobi River. I'm happy with the progress that is going on, but we also appreciate the amount of work that is still, or that has to go into cleaning that river. And that is just one river here. So just imagine the many towns and the many cities where we need to clean. We have talked about marine and the effect there. We have our livestock. In 2017 and about 3 years later, we kept working with the slaughterhouses to just see the amount of plastics in the bellies. And you are surprised that when a cow dies and you take it to the slaughterhouse, what do you find? You find a ball that is so hard in the intestines. So the cow cannot digest, and that's how it has died. And the many, even the goats. And so today when you go to the dump sites or to the illegal dump sites, you just see how the goats, how the pigs are eating from there. And so every time I see that, I just imagine how much plastics they are getting in there. And there are many studies that have gone on to show how these microplastics end up in the meat, in the water that you drink, and that has caused a lot of problems. So with all those problems, I think the country has come up with various strategies, various guidelines to support or to help in addressing the issues of plastic management. We have talked about the solid waste management strategy, and it was to drive us to ensure that we have zero waste. We also have others that we really talk about, but key to this discussion is the control of plastic packaging materials that was enacted in 2024. And the whole idea again was just to stress or to ensure that the manufacturers, the importers, the exporters, they do not sell the flat bags, which are really a problem for us. Many of us here in this room are well aware about the Sustainable Waste Management Act of 2022, which has brought to us a lot of opportunities, has helped us to have such a discussion, and has helped us to look into the future. Because now, looking at the provisions of that act, we can now come up with various innovative ways. We are now talking about the issues of waste segregation. We are now talking about what we can do in our households. And I really want to encourage us to be examples of segregating waste at source. Daktari mentioned about the extended producer responsibility, which really is also a very important regulation, and it's also giving us a lot of opportunity. The challenge there is not a lot, but when we look at the opportunities that are in that in those regulations, they're really enormous, and that's why, like Daktari mentioned, it's only just a small bit that is contentious. But let's look at the opportunities that are provided or that are there that we can exploit when we implement that regulation. We have the plastic, the Kenya National Plastic Action Plan, which is also very important. We also have, with the support with the stakeholders, we did prepare the Kenya Marine Litter Management Action Plan 2021-2030. We are actually now looking at ways of what is it that we can do, what is it we have done, and what is it that we need to upscale. But this plan provides for an opportunity for us to look at the coastal issues, the water bodies, and see how we can address the plastic issues there. The strategies there are very good. We need to see how we can work with them. There are also other protocols that we can look at and can help us. If we look at the issues of the Basel Convention, we always have challenges of how we can move from plastic from one area to another. The challenges there, they are also provided there. Of course, Daktari has mentioned about what we are doing with the plastic treaty. It is a discussion that we all follow closely, prayerfully, because we think that it is going to help us. So with all these legal provisions that are there, we need to plug in, but we need to reach out to people. We need to engage our stakeholders. And that, as the authority, we have been able to have meetings. We have engaged with most of you in meetings, in tables, in boardrooms, but also outside. Maybe using our national events where we have gathered people to just say or display or exhibit what they are doing, and I can assure you there is a lot that we have done. And also through those events, the UN has always provided us with themes that help us to think about what we need to do. And I'm happy that over the years, I see the engagement of the communities, of schools in these themes. This year, I noticed that almost all the schools were able to hold environment days in their small ways. And that is really commendable, that each community, schools, groups, institutions, organizations can now have their own personalized way of engaging with these thematic environment days and think about and see how they can embrace best practices in their own institutions, in their own homes, in their own schools. I think we are going to really benefit a lot, so that we just don't talk about these best practices when we are gathering in such a forum, But we are embracing this in our own homes, in our own houses, so that even we can make progress at the institution and also at the individual level. I've mentioned about the school programs. We are all happy that the current curriculum has really embraced environmental issues in their curriculum. And there are also very many initiatives that are going on with very many people engaging the schools. So let us embrace this so that we can also see how using our wildlife clubs, our 4K clubs, our normal co-curriculum activities, we see how we can engage this. And lastly, we need to really, as champions here, to take the message of the promoting the alternatives or embracing the culture of avoiding the single-use plastics seriously. Because if we just look at ourselves here and we all go out doing something, you can imagine the ripple effects. We cannot talk about these things here. We need to embrace the culture of refusing, the culture of even challenging a colleague, and also embracing the culture of waste separation at source, so that those people who are in the business of handling waste, they can be able to make a good business out of all this. So with those, I believe that if we embrace this, we can be able to make a difference, because that difference will only come with the people who know, and it is us. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Catherine, I'm so sorry. I would request you to just come back to the stage to officially launch the no single-use plastic use. And at this point, I will ask the KPP Secretariat and Steering Committee members to also join in as Praxidis hands over the no single-use plastic manual as we take the photo. And Kevin is going to perform very, very briefly. Fantastic. Gives us a cool background music as we say congratulations on the launch of the no single-use plastic. And ladies and gentlemen, like we said, in your behind rather, your tags, there is the badge. A photo and post it online, and remember to use the hashtag eliminate use plastic. Once again, on your tags behind, please do a pledge and just put your name, post it, take a picture, post it online, and use the hashtag eliminate single-use plastic. Kevin, take it away. Members present also join in on stage for the photo session. The next photo session is on all the KPP members present as well join in on stage. Fantastic sign over there. All right, please don't leave the stage. Do not leave the stage. Let's have the KPP members join in on the photo. So all the KPP members present, please hurry up. Let's do it very quickly on stage for a very, very quick photo session. All the KPP members present, find your way on stage for a brief photo session.
To recycle my plastics, tuhifadhi mazingira.
KPP members, if you know you are a Kenya Plastic Pact member, please find your way to the stage for a
Let's go green. Let's go green. Nasikia sauti.
All right, and if we can have all the ladies, okay, not all the ladies in the plenary, but all the ladies on stage. So can we have the ladies step in front and the gentlemen at the back so that we maximize on the space. So the ladies at the front. Let's have the ladies at the front. Yes. So the ladies and then the gentlemen at the back.
Tupande miti kwa wingi. Tufanye nini? To recycle my plastics. Tuhifadhi mazingira.
Can we also have some of the manual, the physical manual at the front as well, so that we can see them? Josephine, where are you? Let's have you at the front. Can we have the physical manual here at the front? Someone to hold it. All right, Alex, where are you to advise? So let's have the gentlemen. Oh no, we can't have the ladies.
To recycle my plastics. To recycle my plastics. To recycle my plastics. Tuhifadhi mazingira.
All right, so change of plans. Gentlemen, steering committee members as well as all Kenya Plastic Pact members present are joining in for the photo. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a better round of applause.
Let's go green. Tufanye nini? Tufanye nini? Tupande miti kwa wingi. Tufanye nini? Tufanye nini? To recycle my plastics. Tuhifadhi mazingira. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Such a beautiful. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do not want to come between you and your tea, but also a quick reminder of your tags at the back. There is the space where you can pledge to hashtag no single-use plastic. So what you need to do is please put your name, put your pledge, and then take a picture, post it online, and remember to use the hashtag no single plastic use, okay, or no single-use plastic. Okay, all right, and so we are ready to break out for tea break, and remember we'll keep this very short. We're a little bit, few minutes behind schedule, and immediately after we'll have two immersive breakout sessions. So the first one is on EPR legislation. The question is, how does implementation look for counties? And this will be moderated by Mr. Ebenezer Amadi, and this will be happening downstairs at the sofa area. And then the second one is on circular features, communities, collectives, and inclusive innovation. And this will be moderated by Ms. Karen Boomsma. This will be happening here at the plenary. So take very few minutes at exactly 12:15. It's downstairs or here at exactly 12:15. And then we'll break out for lunch at exactly 1:30. So ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your tea break, and please, let's try and keep time, all right? Enjoy your tea. Oh, and a quick reminder, so the treasure hunt ends at exactly 1 p.m. So you have very few minutes to find out, take your tea, join a respective breakout session, and then
I'm very happy, as I said, also that this event is in partnership with CAPSA, because I think the private sector does play an absolutely critical role when it comes to climate action. We believe that the three pillars of sustainability need to be really fought together. I just want to really underline that circular economy is not only an environmental concept, but really a powerful economic strategy that can drive growth, create jobs, and really position Africa as a global leader in sustainable development.
Here we are at the Sustainable Inclusive Business Circular Economy Conference and No Waste Festival, and it's number 10. It means a decade of walking a journey together, and I thank you for being present today.
Imagine a Kenya where every county runs circular hubs that convert waste into value. Packaging is designed for reuse and recycling. Textiles flow in closed loops, not into dump sites. Food systems regenerate soils and protect diversity. Circular standards strengthen our export competitiveness. The private sector invests in regenerative design, not short-term solutions. This is not a distant vision. It is already taking shape, and with our collective commitment today, as we look into the next 10 years, it is achievable.
I'm happy to be here today with the team in this transformative circular economy conference, where all of us are celebrating 10 years of the great milestones that we have all achieved in sustainability. I want to appreciate the organizers led by the CAPSA team, together with the other partners who have really brought all of us together, government and the business community, as we all move from linear to the circular economy, where we are not only protecting the environment, but we are building resilience and competitive businesses for all to thrive.
And when you talk of circular economy, it's just not in waste management. We are looking at all spheres of economy, and we are all circular economy champions. And waste management is everyone's responsibility. Looking at other articles of our constitution, like Article 42 of our constitution, gives us right, all citizens right to live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment. As we talk about our right, we need to talk about our responsibility as citizens of this country.
A clear and comprehensive circular economy strategy will ensure policy coherence and enhance institutional coordination across all our sectors of the economy. And this is important because of the challenges and opportunities of circularity span across various industries, including agriculture, manufacturing, construction, energy, and tourism. We will move beyond the limitation of our current waste management challenges and build a more sustainable, prosperous, and resilient future for all Kenyans.
I'm very happy, as I said, also that this event is in partnership with CAPSA, because I think the private sector does play an absolutely critical role when it comes to climate action. We believe that the three pillars of sustainability need to be really fought together. I just want to really underline that circular economy is not only an environmental concept, but really a powerful economic strategy that can drive growth, create jobs, and really position Africa as a global leader in sustainable development.
Here we are at the Sustainable Inclusive Business Circular Economy Conference and No Waste Festival, and it's number 10. It means a decade of walking a journey together, and I thank you for being present today.
Imagine a Kenya where every county runs circular hubs that convert waste into value. Packaging is designed for reuse and recycling. Textiles flow in closed loops, not into dump sites. Food systems regenerate soils and protect diversity. Circular standards strengthen our export competitiveness. The private sector invests in regenerative design, not short-term solutions. This is not a distant vision. It is already taking shape, and with our collective commitment today, as we look into the next 10 years, it is achievable.
I'm happy to be here today with the team in this transformative circular economy conference, where all of us are celebrating 10 years of the great milestones that we have all achieved in sustainability. I want to appreciate the organizers led by the KEPSA team, together with the other partners who have really brought all of us together, government and the business community, as we all move from linear to the circular economy, where we are not only protecting the environment, but we are building resilience and competitive businesses for all to thrive.
And when you talk of circular economy, it's just not in waste management. We are looking at all spheres of economy, and we are all circular economy champions. And waste management is everyone's responsibility. Looking at other articles of our constitution, like Article 42 of our constitution, gives us right, all citizens right to live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment. As we talk about our right, we need to talk about our responsibility as citizens of this country.
A clear and comprehensive circular economy strategy will ensure policy coherence and enhance institutional coordination across all our sectors of the economy. And this is important because of the challenges and opportunities of circularity span across various industries, including agriculture, manufacturing, construction, energy, and tourism. We will move beyond the limitation of our current waste management challenges and build a more sustainable, prosperous, and resilient future for all Kenyans.
I'm very happy, as I said, also that this event is in partnership with KEPSA, because I think the private sector does play an absolutely critical role when it comes to climate action. We believe that the three pillars of sustainability need to be really fought together. I just want to really underline that circular economy is not only an environmental concept, but really a powerful economic strategy that can drive growth, create jobs, and really position Africa as a global leader in sustainable development.
Here we are at the Sustainable Inclusive Business Circular Economy Conference and No Waste Festival, and it's number 10. It means a decade of walking a journey together, and I thank you for being present today.
Imagine a Kenya where every county runs circular hubs that convert waste into value. Packaging is designed for reuse and recycling. Textiles flow in closed loops, not into dump sites. Food systems regenerate soils and protect diversity. Circular standards strengthen our export competitiveness. The private sector invests in regenerative design, not short-term solutions. This is not a distant vision. It is already taking shape, and with our collective commitment today, as we look into the next 10 years, it is achievable.
I'm happy to be here today with the team in this transformative circular economy conference, where all of us are celebrating 10 years of the great milestones that we have all achieved in sustainability. I want to appreciate the organizers led by the KEPSA team, together with the other partners who have really brought all of us together, government and the business community, as we all move from linear to the circular economy, where we are not only protecting the environment, but we are building resilience and competitive businesses for all to thrive.
And when you talk of circular economy, it's just not in waste management. We are looking at all spheres of economy, and we are all circular economy champions. And waste management is everyone's responsibility. Looking at other articles of our constitution, like Article 42 of our constitution, gives us right, all citizens right to live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment. As we talk about our right, we need to talk about our responsibility as citizens of this country.
A clear and comprehensive circular economy strategy will ensure policy coherence and enhance institutional coordination across all our sectors of the economy. And this is important because of the challenges and opportunities of circularity span across various industries, including agriculture, manufacturing, construction, energy, and tourism. We will move beyond the limitation of our current waste management challenges and build a more sustainable, prosperous, and resilient future for all Kenyans.
I'm very happy, as I said, also that this event is in partnership with KEPSA, because I think the private sector does play an absolutely critical role when it comes to climate action. We believe that the three pillars of sustainability need to be really fought together. I just want to really underline that circular economy is not only an environmental concept, but really a powerful economic strategy that can drive growth, create jobs, and really position Africa as a global leader in sustainable development.
Here we are at the Sustainable Inclusive Business Circular Economy Conference and No Waste Festival, and it's number 10. It means a decade of walking a journey together, and I thank you for being present today.
Imagine a Kenya where every county runs circular hubs that convert waste into value. Packaging is designed for reuse and recycling. Textiles flow in closed loops, not into dump sites. Food systems regenerate soils and protect diversity. Circular standards strengthen our export competitiveness. The private sector invests in regenerative design, not short-term solutions. This is not a distant vision. It is already taking shape, and with our collective commitment today, as we look into the next 10 years, it is achievable.
I'm happy to be here today with the team in this transformative circular economy conference, where all of us are celebrating 10 years of the great milestones that we have all achieved in sustainability. I want to appreciate the organizers led by the KEPSA team, together with the other partners who have really brought all of us together, government and the business community, as we all move from linear to the circular economy, where we are not only protecting the environment, but we are building resilience and competitive businesses for all to thrive.
And when you talk of circular economy, it's just not in waste management. We are looking at all spheres of economy, and we are all circular economy champions. And waste management is everyone's responsibility. Looking at other articles of our constitution, like Article 42 of our constitution, gives us right, all citizens right to live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment. As we talk about our right, we need to talk about our responsibility as citizens of this country.
A clear and comprehensive circular economy strategy will ensure policy coherence and enhance institutional coordination across all our sectors of the economy. And this is important because of the challenges and opportunities of circularity span across various industries, including agriculture, manufacturing, construction, energy, and tourism. We will move beyond the limitation of our current waste management challenges and build a more sustainable, prosperous, and resilient future for all Kenyans.
I'm very happy, as I said, also that this event is in partnership with CAPSA, because I think the private sector does play an absolutely critical role when it comes to climate action. We believe that the three pillars of sustainability need to be really fought together. I just want to really underline that circular economy is not only an environmental concept, but really a powerful economic strategy that can drive growth, create jobs, and really position Africa as a global leader in sustainable development.
Here we are at the Sustainable Inclusive Business Circular Economy Conference and No Waste Festival, and it's number 10. It's
happening on the ground, and what happens if the private sector and the government and communities are collaborating together. So that's what we're going to explore, and this session is co-hosted by our partners. Partners are Climate Kick and Growth Africa, and I'd like them to introduce this session actually first properly, starting with Karim. So Karim, Climate Kick, very welcome on stage. And
thank you a lot. Thank you. Hello, welcome everybody. Karibu, welcome to our session. I'm Karim Abusena from Climate Kick. It's sorry, I'm from Climate Kick. It's the leading European innovation organization working in climate for more than 15 years, working in Europe and also on so many places in our globe on climate action. We jump into complexity. We try to navigate these complexities and support ecosystems. And we've been engaged in Nairobi through our program of creating circular economy in Nairobi and in Bangalore. So basically, we're building the climate innovation clusters in both ecosystems, and we would be happy to have you here in this session. We're welcoming you because we're here today as the circularity actually is not only recycling, and it's not only about materials. It's about creating value and opportunity and creating social impact from and for the communities. So the session is a space for us to share stories, to learn from each other, and imagine a future basically where circularity empowers everyone, empowers us, from informal workers and community groups to innovators and policymakers. But why does this matter for us engaging with this topic basically is because the choices that we make in designing any circular system does not just shape how resources are flowing, but it's also how people are thriving. Inclusion for us is not just a principle, it's the engine that drives resilient regenerative systems. We believe that when grassroots organizations and their practices meet entrepreneurial innovation and supportive policy, we can actually unlock solutions that work for both people and the planet. So as we begin, I really invite you in this interactive session going ahead that you should bring your experiences, you should bring your ideas, you should bring your hopes as well for the future to this circle. And let's listen deeply to our speakers, to our colleagues from the different organizations, connect across these perspectives, and basically try to create pathways that make circularity a force for equity and transformation. So we will hear today from our story, from this program running in Nairobi, and also in some learnings from Bengaluru in India. And this will be taken by my colleague Linda from Growth Africa, our collaborator and partner here in Nairobi. We'll hear from research and gain some insights from the research sphere through ACRC. We'll hear from our speakers. We have around 6 speakers today about their inspiring stories concerning this topic. And we will have a lot of space for us to basically reflect together on these stories, what we got as new insights, what stories do we have in our work, and discuss then the future steps, what practical steps can we do with that. So I invite you to bring all of this, bring this mindset, and I introduce my colleague Linda from Growth Africa. She will share with us the story of the climate.
Hi everyone. Linda, just one second. Ladies and gentlemen, before Linda addresses us, can we please move to the seat in front of you so that we have an easy flow of the conversation? Remember, this is a breakout session, so we do not want to have people meet in plenary. That would be, I know. If you can, yeah. So just in front, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Thank you very much. All right, I know this is the thing about being in the front seat. You can't disappear when you're in the middle of a session. But we're going to try to make it as interactive as possible and make sure that we get the most out of this session. And like Karim said, my name is Linda Madenge. I am from Growth Africa. I work at Growth Africa. I am a growth catalyst. What does that mean? It simply means that if you're an entrepreneur, you can walk up to me and ask me for linkages to investment, for linkages to mentors, to sages, because what we do at Growth Africa as lists is to project manage entrepreneurial programs that we run. So I don't know how many people here know Growth Africa. Anybody knows Growth Africa? I can see some people there. Yay. We even have some of our entrepreneurs here with us, and I would encourage you to please walk around to the booths and find out what it is they are doing as part of innovators in the circularity system. Okay, so if we can start this session with the slides, we can move on to the next slide. Okay, so this is basically what the agenda is. We'll start with our story. We'll start with setting the scene. We shall hear some research things about waste management from Africa Cities Research Consortium. Then we'll do something called a story circle. And that's why we're saying it's going to be interactive. One of the things that I haven't heard today is nobody has talked about who collects the waste. We've talked about regulation. We have talked about innovation. We have talked about, but who are the people who actually bring this waste so that it can be reused, repurposed, recycled, whatever, right? And this is what we're calling the social inclusion. And so with Climate Cake and Growth Africa, we have been running for the past 3 years something called the Circular Economy Innovation Clusters. We created a cluster in Nairobi, and those from the ecosystem who have been engaging with us will know about this. So the delivery partners was obviously the two of us. This is something that was funded by IKEA Foundation. It was in two cities, one in Kenya, in Nairobi, and Bangalore in India. And of course, the shared ambition was to empower entrepreneurs so that we can create a community. And I am certain that by the end of the 3 years, we have created a community, not only of entrepreneurs, but of stakeholders, everybody that is involved within the circularity system within Nairobi. Okay, next. So what have we managed to do? We've managed to do ecosystem visits. We've had a trainer of trainers sessions with ESOs, but also with the county government. I don't know how many county government people are here. Any county government people? Yeah, and we have also run an accelerator program for growth stage entrepreneurs. We have also run a hackathon for idea stage entrepreneurs. We have incubated those that run through the hackathon. And finally, this is where we are. We've also had stakeholder forums, which means that we have put together stakeholders within the circularity system in Nairobi, actually within Kenya, and we have created what we are calling clusters, a circular economy innovation cluster in Nairobi. And that for us has been awesome, because that means that everybody has been included, and we have managed to talk to people who are within the circularity ecosystem that know what this is about and would like to do something about it. All right, so from corporates to waste pickers, everybody within the ecosystem, we have managed to engage. So that's very good. So we have also done a Bangalore system with, we have also, in Bangalore, we've also had a cluster system, and Karim is going to talk through that.
Thank you, Linda. So as I mentioned at the beginning, please the last slide. So as I mentioned at the beginning, that we have created the circular innovation ecosystem in both of the cities. And we actually had a very similar discussion by the end of the program in Bengaluru in India about social inclusion, about the social impact. And this was done together with our local partners there, so it's similar to what we're having here. And we actually initiated this discussion, and it was, as Linda mentioned, no one is talking about who collects the waste, who manages the waste, and so on. And this discussion across the continents is the same. Bengaluru has a lot of similarities with Nairobi when it comes to this regard. So it was basically focused on how to deepen, how circular innovation, basically how it can deepen its impact on informal waste workers' livelihoods. And as Mel, when we share those learnings across the two ecosystems, we found that those 4 points are very interesting to share here in our ecosystem before our discussion. The first is strengthening the recognition of the value of their work, and their work here is the informal waste workers. And actually we can do this using data and storytelling, but also we can use this by early involving them into the processes of circular approaches. If we're starting a product from the beginning, it's better to include the informal waste workers in the project design phase, the product design phase, and so on. So the early inclusion can be even more powerful than the storytelling, of course, and more practical. The second point is the economic empowerment of waste workers. And also this can be done by ensuring predictable incomes and fair wages, but also we can think about subsidizing tech adoption and skills development that can lead them to an upward mobility. The third one is improving work safety and health, environment and safety in general. And this one can just go beyond having the written guidelines and so on, but actually focusing on adopting a co-creation approach and addressing these real gaps for the companies. So here it's an open dialogue between workers and the companies. And the last takeaway from there was the integration in circular economy innovation. So this is the broader one. Definitely by involving waste workers in policy advocacy and decision making. And this basically starts from recognizing their role as we have in the first point, but also their role as key knowledge holders. We can really integrate the informal knowledge within innovations, and we can move then to create investments and financing opportunities that can be accessed by them because they hold this kind of information that even business ventures might not be having when they're initiating an idea. So these are the takeaways from Bengaluru. I think it would be a good start for us to have an idea about some similarities that we can think about it now when we are looking at these takeaways. And from that, I would. And from that, I think our colleagues
walk down the river, the Nairobi River. Okay, that's very impressive. Because when I went there, I was shocked at how bad it looked. It's black. It's literally black. And if you think about that, it is everything that we are doing where we do not manage to have an efficient waste management system. That's where everything goes. And so we are also going to be talking about the social impact, because when we're talking about circularity, circularity involves people who are actually actively collecting waste. And those are the people that we never talk about. We're talking about policy. We're talking about innovation. But who are these people who actually pick it up? As you sleep at 3 a.m. in the morning, people are already up cleaning the city and trying to make a living. So we're talking about circularity and also the social impact. We're talking about who it is within the ecosystem that we are including. Who is it that we are desegregating? Who is it that we are stigmatizing? And what can we do about it? And how can we make them an active part of the ecosystem? All right? So it's not just about collecting waste, but it's also about addressing the communities that actually collect that waste. What is their impact and how do they impact our communities and societies? Okay, so next. So when we're talking about social inclusion, it's a process of ensuring that everybody is included. All right, so it's not just about, we're talking about corporates, we're not talking about the innovators, like I said, it's everybody within the ecosystem. All right, and what we want to do is have a social impact that is measurable, right, and that has a positive impact on people's lives. Next slide. So if we paint a picture about what Kenya's circular economy landscape looks like, we're looking at 4 different angles. We're starting with the informal sector. And when we're talking about informal sector, it is actually those waste pickers, right? Waste pickers who recover most of our waste, most of the waste in the city. And it's not just about Nairobi, by the way. It's about the whole of Kenya. Because wherever there is waste, there's a waste picker. So from Kisumu to Mombasa, from Turkana all the way down, all right? Everybody, if there is waste, there's somebody who is picking it up. And why is that? It's because you might think that it's waste, but for somebody it is. You know, one person's meat is somebody else's poison, right? And so this is what guys are doing. And so what we have managed to identify in the 3 years that we've been doing this project is that there's low pay, there's no recognition of what these waste workers do, but they're also working in very unsafe conditions. And I'm sure we'll hear stories about that later. But we've also learned that there have been many, many community initiatives. If you go to a place like Dagoretti East, just here, they have CBOs, they have youth who are collecting waste because they can see that there's a need. Not only that there's a need for collecting waste, but there's also an opportunity in terms of business. What can we do to make a living? And they've looked at the waste and they've found that there's something that they can be able to do. They can pick the waste and make a living. We've also found that the policy landscape, we've heard about it this morning, that there's been a plastic bag ban in 2017. And right now we've also introduced another initiative, all right? In 2024, there was a mandatory EPA covering priority waste streams. And that again, if you're an innovator, you will know that every policy that comes on board is an opportunity for business. Can I hear an amen? All right. So we're here to share stories, actually. All right. What we want to do is actively try to get people to talk to each other, to have discussions, to have a dialogue, to start a dialogue about what it is that we're doing right now, and especially to do with social inclusion and how we can make this better for the future. All right? So we're sharing stories. So tell the person who is sitting next to you, I'm talking to you sometime today. All right? And what we're talking about really is we're talking about circularity and how it empowers.
In Mathare sub-county, that's our jurisdiction. And when we were thinking about how we want to do this, the goal was that we use embedded community knowledge, right, to basically further our understanding of this system of solid waste. So the first thing was, number one, my co-researchers are going to be waste workers. So we chose for the 6 wards to have 3 waste workers per ward, and we wanted different kinds of waste workers. So you're a collector, maybe you collect from a group, maybe you work as an individual, or you're a waste picker, etc. You're young, you're old. We wanted variations, so we had a very diverse team of waste workers. And then this is a team. We do have some members here. I'd like them to just wave. Can you? There's Bubas, Otiale, Muiti. He's joined our group, and Wamaina. This is the whole team of waste workers. So then we sat down and we were like, what are we going to study? I did not come up with a methodology in advance of doing the research. We discussed and we said, okay, we'll study dump site dynamics, which is qualitative data. And then we're also going to look at the waste market, which was especially important for the team members because they are waste workers. They get money from waste. So we also studied waste market dynamics. So just to clarify, the team did all the on-ground research, and then I did the literature review. So I did policy, background, everything that exists that has ever been written about waste to kind of contextualize what they were finding on the ground, okay? So the first finding is there's so much waste. There is so much waste. Yani, nikubaya, okay? But let me contextualize this. So the first thing is in Mathare sub-county, right? The population from research, 422,000 residents, right? Over around 2.9 square kilometers. So your population density is, please go back, thank you. Your population density is about 143,000 people per square kilometer. It's the most dense sub-county in Nairobi city, full stop. What this means is you have the highest number of waste generators in the most dense sub-county, okay? For solid waste, this means there's a lot happening. All right, let's go to actual figures. So the estimated daily waste generated in Mathare sub-county is 170 tons a day. And this is an underestimation because we actually have no figures of the amount of waste that is produced by informal businesses. If you think about it, how many businesses do you need to serve a population of 420,000 people? How many butcheries, vibandas, kiosks, cybers? It's a lot. this is a lower limit. From existing research, we have 72 tons that is collected daily. Can you click to the next one? Thank you. That's 42% that is collected. So the first question is, where does the uncollected waste go? Okay? Now, I need you to note, just because it's collected doesn't mean it exits the sub-county, right? Typically, waste that is collected is held in a holding ground. What's a holding ground? It's a method that the government used to support informal settlements. So basically, because in informal settlements, the private service providers who are typically CBOs, or who are the ones that are recognized, they can't afford to take their waste to Dandora. The government says, we'll take for you. But then we're not coming every day. So you hold the waste, and as it's being held, then we'll take when we're ready to take. Holding ground. So when it's collected, it still remains there. Now, how much does the government actually remove? It's an average of 22 tons a day out of 170 generated. That's how much is removed. That's the average across the sub-county. There are some holding grounds that have a rate of 25%. There's one that has a rate of 0% over the last 2 years. So I took an average, okay? This is 14.3% of waste generated is what's removed on a daily basis. And then we have recovery. I put the 10% figure, which is the typical recycling rate. But we don't actually have that data. So that's 17 tons, right? So what this means is that, on average, 14.3 plus 10% is 24.3% of waste is what's removed from your sub-county. What happens to the other 76%? Remember, what's the population density? Do we remember what it was? Sorry? 143,000 people, yes. So we are here, 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 and we have 76% of waste. You're laughing, we are here, we are here. So where does it go? Okay, it goes to a few places. Number one, the river, right? Just click to the next one. Notice all of Nairobi's major informal settlements border rivers. Kibera, kuna Roe. Mukuru, kuna Roe. Shauri, kuna Roe. Roe is river. When I say kuna Roe, there is a river. My hypothesis is the river, the Nairobi River Basin, is the city's second largest dump site after Dandora. Okay? Whatever doesn't go to the river accumulates on land. And the photos are self-explanatory. Please note, these are not photos of the same place. These are all photos of different areas of the sub-county. Yeah, it's not good. Nikubaya. Yeah. Okay? So, you've seen the photos, you've seen the statistic. Who do you include? You need to include everyone. It's not good. It's not a good. The issue is massive, right? So I'm going to break down who we identified as people who are included and those who are not included, right? And who needs to be included to address this massive issue. So typically, you include waste collection CBOs. They're the most commonly engaged. They're typically, even the government recognizes them. They're the most commonly engaged CBOs, right? But in collection, we found there's a category that is not included, individual waste collectors. So individual waste collectors, they are especially crucial in certain parts of the sub-county. So there's a part of the sub-county, it's called Mabatini. It has two villages called Mashimoni and Bondeni. That's where watu wanatengeneza pombe. That's where people brew alcohol. So it's very highly protected. So there are no CBOs It's individual waste collectors who are community members who capture the waste from those areas. But at history, you go and you organize and you form a group and government intervention. It's tricky. They're highly protective. There are also wards that have a lot of political issues, where the CBOs also ni mabeshte wa wanasiasa. The CBOs are the politicians' friends, and it's politicians from different parties, the MCA, the MP. There's a lot of competing interests. So working with CBOs is a headache. I would know because I worked with 5 of them for a full year. Never found unity. They were all representing different politicians. Mlango Kubwa and Gay Ward, especially the CBOs, have such conflict that even within their structures, they don't function as a unit to collect waste. They may even outsource. So there you work with individual waste collectors. Next, thank you. Waste collectors struggling with addiction, so addicts. You remember what was it? The 58% that is uncollected. Remember, there was the 42% that's collected, the 58%. Sometimes, unarushia mse mbao, anaenda anarusha tako yako. Right? So typically, addicts are used to also dispose of waste. They are extremely low-paid waste collectors. And we found if you're trying to address capturing all waste, you must include them. We did have a team member who is an addict when we first started, and we quickly realized we were not equipped to work with him, but it's on our list, right? We now know how we need to engage, how we need to support, and it's on our list if we want to capture waste that is collected. Next, please. Informal businesses. None of the waste collection CBOs that are represented in research collect from informal businesses. Kumbuka, remember how many businesses you need to support a population of 420,000 people. They are not typically targeted for waste collection, even though there's a lot of waste that they collect. Yes, thank you. For recovery, who must be included? Waste pickers. We identified 0 interventions in Mathare that engage waste pickers, even though they earn livelihoods from collecting and selling waste. So what we did when we figured this out is we actually did, can you click so they come? We did outreach. So the first people that we disseminated to our research results were waste pickers. This is one of the waste pickers from the team. Her name is Sharon. And then we went all across the sub-county, right? And it was just easy. We asked ourselves, wanatulia wapi saa ngapi? So kama mnatulia kwa dajo, mkishamaliza kazi saa 4, ndo tunaenda hapo, tunawabongesha. Kama mnafanya kazi saa 12 asubuhi, ndo tunaenda tunabongesha. Kama mnafanya kazi kwa ida mpe, saa 2, tuko hapo saa 2. I'll translate. We found out where they work and what time they work. Remember, my team is waste workers. So this wasn't information from heaven. So if you hang out at the bridge after you work at 7 a.m., you were there at 7 a.m. to disseminate information. If you go and after you work, you're in the river from 6 a.m., you were at the river at 6 a.m. We disseminated to waste scavengers across the entire sub-county about the results that we had from the waste market. And we just printed very simple pamphlets with a photo and the price of the item and the location with the highest price. Can you just go back kidogo? Ndo hizi hapa. Tuliprint, tukapitisha hizi ini pamphlets, tukakatakata, tukapeana. We cut up the pamphlets and then we gave them out. Yes. Next, please. I think I repeated this slide. I'm so sorry. I think this... we go back. Sorry, informal businesses. Informal businesses, what we found is there are 2 kinds of waste markets. There's a formal waste market, and if you click to the next one, the formal waste market ni vitu za kawaida, copper, quencher, plastics, things that they're typically sold to low-volume aggregators who sell to higher volume aggregators or yards or to recycling companies, right? And what we figured is this is where we get a lot of our statistics about waste that is recycled. Now, there's the informal waste market, right? And this is waste that is sold to informal businesses. So kuna chirambe, which is organic waste you sell to pig farmers. This is an example of chirambe. Then you have here synthetic hair, inaitwa kofia, the wig. When you finish with your wig, somebody doras it, somebody picks it, Inaitwa kazi ya kudhora, by the way. Mtu anaidhora, anaifua, anaiosha, anapeana kwa saloon, inarudi tena. So the informal waste market is the one that even your duvet, ukitupa, your stuffing, mtu anatoa, it's treated, and then it's used to make pillows, like these ones that we sit on. Yes. We have a very prolific informal waste market, and given that Kenya's informal economy is vastly bigger than Kenya's formal economy, this contribution is not documented. And we think if we did, we would actually be much happier with ourselves. So, what does community inclusion look like, right? From the perspective of engaging waste workers, it looks like you work with, of course, first of all, kumbukeni ni kubaya, hatuna choice, lazima tubonge na kila mse. It's not good, we have to work with everyone. We work with waste collection CBOs, individual waste collectors, in addition to working with CBOs, your addicts, the people who are struggling with addiction, who also participate, your waste pickers, and you must engage your informal businesses. When we're talking about community inclusion, based off of the scope of the issue that we've seen, this is what inclusion looks like. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have the chairs on stage? Because we're very happy and privileged to have people we work with for a long, long time in the plastic, but also in other waste management sectors to actually share those stories. So we were talking about inclusion and what it looks like, but I think a lot of you know what it looks like and are actually the ones we're talking about. So let's make space instead of talking about for the people that we want to hear to share what it looks like for you on the ground and maybe even debunk some facts and add to stories. So I would like to introduce Mr. Richard Kanika. Are you in the space? Richard Kanika, is he here? And then we have Dr. Taiba Baustaka. Karibu, karibu. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Dr. Taiba from the coast. And then Mr. Gisore Brian, Kenyan's National Waste Pickers Association. And then we have a practical action, Mr. Janet Okat. Is she here? Janet? Janet, are you here? And we have Karen from Eco World. Yes. Because I think they will collectively represent all the groups that we have been talking about. I miss one. Practical action, Janet? Not here? Okay. He must be also joining. Okay, sorry. Andrew Miney from the African City Research Consortium. Thank you very much. I need actually an extra mic and an extra mic. Thanks. So yesterday it was Men's Day, apparently, National Men's Day. So today let's start with women. Dr. Taiba, would you like to start today?
Good afternoon. So my name is Dr. Taiba Hatimi. I am the co-founder and executive director of Baustaka Enterprise. Baustaka is a tech-integrated waste management enterprise on a mission to combat marine plastic pollution while creating green job opportunities for youth and women in vulnerable communities. I am also the founder and convener of the Women Wastepreneurs Association. and we are on a mission to empower women to digitize circular solutions for regional economic integration and climate resilience. Thank you.
Great. That's it. Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karen Joe, Operations Manager at EcoWorld Recycling. But other than that, I wear so many hats, and it was so lovely to see Wavinya present data. I am also a marine litter researcher, and the beauty about data is it helps validate. When you're talking about the magnitude of the problem, it's just hearsay, but you get to see the data that validates and actually helps us to see the magnitude of the problem. I'm also an educator and also a trainer when it comes to circular economy opportunities. So EcoWorld Recycling is a charitable social enterprise based in Kilifi County, where we work to address the problem of marine litter pollution and plastic pollution in our beach. So we work with community groups who are our collectors. We incentivize them to collect the waste. And once we receive the waste, we convert the waste into high quality recycled material, which we provide for manufacturers. So instead of them using virgin plastic, they get to use the recycled plastic. And in so doing, we are contributing towards the growth of circular economy at the coast. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Kainika. I'm representing the Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers. I'm the Secretary General. The association is a business membership organization for private sector enterprises that are involved in extraction of value from waste. I'm also a businessman in recycling for many years, and I bring along my experience in the trenches, and I spend a lot of my time, like 98% of my time, in the recycling activity. I major in plastic collection, processing, and also market. And that is what I bring with me. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Maingi, like you've just heard. Now, I'll try to speak in English, though not fluent, but na hope mtaelewa. I'm a waste picker, waste scavenger. Najua hiyo ni term wasiwapendi tukiitumia, waste scavenger. Waste picker ni jina poa, but what are we picking? Wanatuwekeaga papo ama bado wanaekaga tu vile wanataka? For us, I'm a scavenger because out of that waste is where I sort na make do kutoka hiyo. I was very lucky kukuwa kwa part ya research ya African City Research Consortium. I was one of the people ama tulienda kutafuta hiyo research. What else? Nimefanya hii job siku mob. Nilianza kufanya waste nikiwa na 14 years. As a young person, ukipatana na hawa watu wakubwa walianza, ni pioneers. Kama mtu anafanya kazi ya mkoko, mtu anafanya takataka, anakupea mkokoteni unasukuma, with time then you realize naweza fanya pia kitu nikuwe na do. So that is what I've been doing all that while. Yes, of course tumerealize kuna a lot of gaps, kwa sababu zile vitu wanasema huku kwa hizi conferences si zile vitu za reflect na nini. Kwa ground mambo ni tofauti. Mambo ni different kwa ground, because unapata zile vitu wanasema hapa ni PSPs. I was here in the morning and everybody was talking about PSPs. Na sema kuna individual, kuna morio wangu anapigaga hizi vitu. He's an addict. Ukimuita kwa muita PSP, na the structure is built in a way that we must unite as a CBOs ama as a group for us to be doing that. But are they doing the same in Runda? And remember, like we've just said, the biggest issue is transportation. Si watu wa mtaa wakishatuita PSPs na huyo mtu bado ni addict. Wakishatutengeneza policy huko juu, wanakama na bulldoze mtaa. And it's a good policy, and everybody, even in the morning, people are saying like Kenya has one of the best policies. It is true on paper. Lakini mtaa huko chini mambo ni different.
Hello guys, my name is Gisore Nyabuti Brown, the chairperson of the Kenya National Waste Speakers Welfare Association, at the same time the founder of Slums Going Green and Clean. Thank you.
That was it.
I thought
okay,
it was...
Let me do it like that. Before we actually have questions also for the audience, that the questions we can either write them down on the, or the reflections, we're going to do it in small groups, but there's also a QR code on the wall, because we're living in 2025, so we can try and include some digital aspects. So there's a QR code on the wall, and there we can leave reflections. So if we impose a question, we discuss it in smaller groups, we can actually leave the reflection and the responses on that app so we can look at it. But before we do this, because we have these wonderful people who know actually how it is on the ground here, I want to just, can I ask you, how does actually socially inclusive circularity looks like? What does it look like for you? What you've heard the stories. We know people are trying to, okay, these are the facts, this is the data, this is how it is. Are you able to make the difference? Are you able to include all the people that were mentioned? Or are they already a group, or is that very hard? How is it for you to actually include in circular practice?
So if I can just say a small thing, you know, for me, I started waste picking while I was 9 years in Kibera, and the first person to push me to waste picking was my mom. My mom used a lot of plastics, so she could put them in a sack, but now due to stigmatization, she could not go to sell them. So the first day she told me, carry this sack and follow me. So in a distance. So I sold and to my mom, and she gave me like 5 shillings. I went to buy sweets, but from there, it kick-started an idea, you know, being that growing in the informal settlement, there is very, very limited opportunities. At the same time, our parents are struggling. So it gave me an idea, and from there, I used to do it as a part-time in schools, when maybe tukitoka shule, or maybe tukiwa tu around home. So tukapata that plastics at that time, initially plastics hazikuwa hivyo mingi because kulikuwa na wachomelea. So chomelea ni watu wana repair plastics. So unapata kulikuwa na hakukuwa na hiyo market kama sahi. Alafu that time nilikuwa sasa tunafunga spring. Unachukua string, unafunga kwa speaker, then unatembea kwa mama wanatengeneza chapo or mandazi. You find that they use a lot of construction wood, and the construction wood has a lot of nails. So ukiweka hiyo spark hapo, ina attract the nails. Unaitembea kwa mtaro ukichapa hiyo spark, at the end of the day unaweza pata 50, so unaona survive. So mimi do hivyo, tukakam tukasoma through my NGOs mpaka tukafika pale nikafika, then tukaform organization. You can enter Slums Going Green and Clean. But at that time, hatukuiform ku address issue ya waste speakers. Tuliform ku address issue ya waste in the informal settlements wapi Kibera. Unapata most of the time, ataka tunasema hapa, the government don't offer formal services in informal settlements. Hiyo inafaa tuongee na tuikubali kwa kichwa yetu. The informal settlements zimeachiwa nini? NGOs and other organizations, ama nyinyi wenyewe mjipange. Umeelewa? So from there si tukaanza tukubeba tako hivyo. Tukabeba tako sasa kuna lipa do, but si tunaipush Sejad. So kuna organization Sage Waste Pickers, so tukapata a small support, tukaanza sasa kwenda hizi counties zingine kuzieneza. So we were in 12 counties with a membership of 46,000 members. So we were in 12 counties with a membership of 46,000 members. So sisi kitu we were trying to advocate and fight for the rights of waste pickers. Unapata the EPR laws came. We saw that's the solution. We saw that's our savior. But in the reality, it came just as a greenwashing term. No, it's a greenwashing term because when you as a waste picker, you're in the landfill, you are not aware of the pricings of plastics. Plastics is the only thing with everyone decides. In one area, in a kilometer of a radius, you find that there may be even 12 aggregators, 50 aggregators, but wote wanauza the plastics at a different price. When you ask yourself, huyu anauza na difference ya shilingi, huyu mwingine somni, huyu mwingine 2 bob, huyu mwingine 5 bob. Is it making sense? It's not making sense. Na unapata the nearest to the recycler, kama uko karibu na kampu, mnakula dofiti. The people in the South Bs wana earn 50 shillings. At the same time, your plastics inauzwa kwa informal settlements inabaywa maybe at 25 or 30 shillings. So you find we have an indifference, and this indifference we are trying also to advocate it, because policy ndio kitu inaweza tusaidia hapo. Tuko na one regulatory policy at the national level enye inaweza push every regulator, the recycler, to support at a specific price compared na sahi anyone ana put price, unaona. So sisi kama association of waste pickers hatuko funded, unaona. Sisi tuliform kama waste pickers, hatukuform kama NGO fulani ilikam ikasema as the waste pickers mimi ndawapea do fulani z. Kama waste pickers we decided to fight this fight, unaona. So unapata we are being sidelined, unaona. Thank you to Karim, you know, such activities honor to pay the voices. At the same time, Kenya Plastics Parks tulikutana na these PROs, but in the reality there's nothing coming out of the PROs. We used to sit in their steering committees, but ukipata, when you advocate for the right thing, you're being sidelined. Kuna event hautaitwa, kuna meeting hautaitwa. Now that meeting was where they were making a decision. That's why we have decided as speakers, we are forming the EPR Watch Kenya, a community-led EPR Watch. Iko kwa law, iko kwa policy. It needs to be there. We're pushing for it so that at least tukue. Our say wakituambia they were given 200 million last year, they gave it to waste pickers. Who? Nani? There's no waste picker who earned something from there. Watasema, oh, we gave the recyclers, then the recyclers will trickle down the money to you. How? How? Guys, you understand the way our country is. Everyone wants to eat something. If we don't have a system which is working, there's nothing which will work out. Unaona? So it's high time we start kuambiane ukweli. Venye ule madama amesema hapa mbele. It's high time we reflect it, na sisi wenyewe as the people here who are working maybe with waste pickers or the informal waste sector. Let's try to be authentic. Let's leave the side shows. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was hoping you share a bit more than the first initial intro. So I'm going, as I pass the question on, I think that first question, like what does social inclusivity in circularity means, if you could answer that as a group on the QR code, that would be great. And then we will do the collective ones in groups on what the next steps are, just after, in the interest of time. Just one thing, I think it's very important you mention what we can talk about who we need to include, but if systems do not really allow inclusion, it's not so much that you don't want to work with people, but we've seen it when we were, because we're in this game for a long time now, we've been on this journey, not as long as you are, but also a long, long time. So we've seen if you want to become part of a system, you actually can't be informal. You need to move to formal. And it's in one, we see benefits of that, but there's also downsides of that. Firstly, it comes with a cost. You need to formalize, you need to create groups. So it's a completely different system that you need to create. So the whole informal sector needs to transform to formal, to be even on the radar, and to actually be benefiting from new policies. The second thing you mentioned, I think, is a very important one. It's what we say, how, if you work with the informal sector, how do you get money to the informal sector? How do you pay them? To be very honest, we even have that problem. Because if we organize an event like this, everyone needs an e-TIMS, a thing to justify. If I have to do this through the very rigid procurement systems, I am not able to work with informal sector. And yet, I want to work with the informal sector. So I try to do that personally on the side to make sure we can include and we can pay people who make this for us they are informal, but yet I want to work with them. And so how do you do that in a formal settlement and a formal system? It's a really big challenge. And I'm very happy that you are the watchdog on the ground for EPR. Let's see what comes out of the court case that we're currently having and see when it becomes mandatory. And I think it's essential because then you are the people, not only on the ground dealing with it, but you're the eyes and the ears and the senses on the ground. So Thank you for sharing that. Let's try and be sort of short, but we do want to know what it means for you, because you living it, you're dealing with it, and for more than a few years actually. And then I will look at my phone what your reflections are from the audience on the same question. How does social inclusion looks like in a circular economy? So Dr. Taiba, yes.
Let me get my phone. Can you hear me? Thank you for that question. I think first I need to comment and say that I'm actually a dentist by profession. I ventured into waste management back in 2021 because of a near-death experience. I almost got involved in an accident because somebody decided to dump waste illegally on the middle of the road. And it made me, I was shocked into action in that I learned an uncomfortable truth that waste, the difference is in the design. And working in the waste sector for the past almost 5 years, we're turning 5 in the next 3 months, I have learned one truth, and that is circularity is people-driven. Even if you have policies in place, even if you have infrastructure in place, but if you don't have the desired human behavior, if you don't have the dignity, and if you don't have the inclusion, nothing is going to work. And that is what we've learned on the ground. So to answer your question, I believe social inclusion means we need every stakeholder across the waste value chain on the decision-making table, co-creating solutions, because co-creation leads to ownership, it leads to sustainability, and it leads to dignity. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. How does social inclusion look like for EcoWorld? So for us as EcoWorld, social inclusion is actually the fabric of that sustain our business model, because as I mentioned before, our supply chain consists of the community groups that we are working with, and without them on the ground collecting the waste, it means that EcoWorld cannot exist. So social inclusion for us including every actor, as Dr. Taiba has said. When tackling the problem of waste, it's not a one-man show. EcoWorld cannot come in at the scene and solve the problem by its own. We need an EcoWorld, we need a Baustaka, we need the informal waste speakers on the ground. We need even the government, the private sector to fuel the growth of circular economy. So for us as EcoWorld, this includes creating dynamic partnership, and how we've done it on the ground with us is, apart from just working with community groups as our collectors, we also try to see how they can also benefit upwards the chain, because as you know, with plastic management means we have to transfer that pressure to our community groups, and we can only pay them as much as we get from the plastic value. So what we do is we also upskill them, give them skills on how, apart from just collecting, can they add value on the waste material. And it's not only plastic, the flip-flops, you name it, the different types of waste, what value can they add? And I talked about the dynamic partnership. So since we are located with the coast, tourism is a really big sector for us, and we've managed to create that dynamic partnership with even the Marine Park Hotel. So if you visit our booth, you'll get to see some of the upcycled products that some of the communities make. And what we do is we do that market linkage. So they make the products, we take them to the hotel, sell the product, and they're able to accrue more benefits from the system. And in so doing, we also build trust with the community members, because I told you I'm a trainer on circular economy opportunities. And when we approach community to even talk about waste and the different opportunity, there's a lot of mistrust with the community, because they are so used to organizations or enterprise coming on the ground and telling them that there's this opportunity, but after they've ticked their box, they are nowhere to be seen after that. So even with building our network, it has taken a very long time to build that trust with the community, and to also show them the consistency that we are not only here for that transaction, but we are here for the long run, basically. So that is what social inclusion is for us.
Thank you very much. And Richard, before you start, I have a new employee for you. In the reflections, there's a very enthusiastic person
who wants to be included. And how is that possible? That was one of the feedback I've had. So I will we continue including the feedback from the crowd.
Thank you, Karin. Maybe for us, the circular practices in our community and what impact would we have in mind is that as recyclers, we, by default, have been in that space. And what perhaps we have in mind whenever we talk about circular economy is a situation where every person gets involved. And when we talk about every person, we are looking at me and you as consumers and as waste generators. I think for us, the impact we would have is that then for once, we would have better quality inputs into our operations. This is because right from the kitchen or from the office, we envision a situation where we'll have waste separated and waste getting to the processing facilities in its optimum quality level. This would ease our cost of production in a very, very big way, especially when I bear in mind the processing of plastics, which involves a lot of washing and sorting. Majority of times we get waste that is contaminated, and this is adding up to our cost of processes. Something else that we expect as a direct impact would be the rate of recyclability would also go up. This is because a significant number of waste that come to us are affected in a big way by contamination. I want us to have in mind paper. When paper is contaminated with organic waste, what happens is that paper converts to organic waste before recovery. So this denies our members, the recyclers, the opportunity to enjoy that material in its initial state. Another impact that we see is the situation where green jobs are created when people get to get more involved in the circular economy. I look at it this way, that way far away in the rural areas, we have a lot of waste generation that is happening in the normal way, but very little awareness in terms of recovery of the value, as well as what comes in after correction. There is aggregation, there is sorting, there is transportation. These are jobs, green jobs specifically. So we also lose that whenever we miss the community involvement in waste recycling activities. Finally, I see the reduction of dependence on imports. This is because we rely on imports in the way of paper and plastics. You know, we don't produce, we don't mine, we don't drill petroleum here in Kenya. So all the plastics that we are talking about and that we are interacting with is what comes through foreign exchange from our government. So our industry is more or less like a mining industry. So anytime we recover plastics, it's like we are contributing to the non-existing petroleum mining in Kenya. So if we recovered so much plastics through the recycling activities and involvement of the community, then it means that our country, our government, and our community in general will have less dependence on foreign exchange, and therefore economically would look like will reduce that dependence. If you are like last year, probably we imported like 80 million tons of plastics. With good recovery matrix, then probably we could recover, let's say, 40 million. This would lower our local dependence on this material. Then, of course, there is the aspect of the environment impact. We know very well that when we litter or when we throw away our waste the way we do today, it has a way in which it suffocates our environment and our ecosystem in general. So if everybody was involved in the circular economy way, if all of us were involved and we were doing everything the right way, there would be a huge relief on our environment, And this would contribute in a big way in ecosystem restoration. When Ms. Wafinya was making her presentation here earlier, we saw the kind of impact we are having on our environment. If we were to retake those photos and have them as green spaces, because these are spaces that are not being used at this time because they are being abused, sorry for that. But if we were to convert those areas into green spaces, what a nice place would we be living in? What a better place for us to walk with our children instead of having the eyesore that we are creating. So for us, circular practices would have diverse impacts, and it's something as recyclers we are looking forward to. And we are open, our doors are open, inviting you, especially those people who don't count themselves as members of the recycling movement, to come in and join us by separating your waste in your place, in your office, having different waste bins, and beginning to learn early. I remember when Dr. Masharia was presenting it, he spoke about a fine of 20,000 shillings and a jail term of 6 months for not separating our waste. I don't know whether you got it that way. But for me, my thinking is that when we get to that level of enforcement, then we are going to have a better environment, we are going to have a better improved economy, and we are going to have more green jobs created. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For those, for the question about the person who wanted to join the association, I would say that you can visit us through the web by going www.Kenya Recyclers Association. Then if you want to join us, there is a button, and then you can download the form and join the association. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
Just to answer your question on inclusion, ile side mimi nakaa, from where I come from, vitu ni different. Like I said before, unapata, for instance, ametoka kuongea kuhusu fines, si ndio? And these fines are subject to public participation, right? Sivyo ndio iko. But from where I come from, watu wangapi, they only put them in website for advertising the public participation, or even a simple newspaper, si ndio? Watu wangapi madhari wanafold gazeti? Watu wangapi, those were speakers or even just the scavengers, ni wangapi? Ni wangapi wako na simu zinafika kwa website waangalie especially kutakuwa na public participation? So tunabaki at the masses ya nani, ward admins ama environment officer, na whatever we will say there ni rubber stamping. So from where I see it as a circular, as someone in the circular market or economy, kwetu ni ngumu. For instance, everybody in the morning was talking about segregating waste from the source, si ndio? Mimi kama mtu niko hapa, nikiambia huo mama asegregate, na remember na place analipa takataka 20 bob ama 50, nikimwambia, for me job yangu nikimwambia hivyo, si ataanza kusegregate, pia anahitaji hiyo pesa. So I end up again losing more plastics zikienda kwa kina hawa, but sio mimi. You get? I end up nikitengenezea recyclers kazi kutoka kwa huo mama, mapato yangu ikishuka chini. Sisi are we offering a service kutoa takataka, ama pia we are there for circularism? Unajua sisi tuko zote, tuko hapo juu ya hiyo, ni recycle na pia ni offer service. But ukumbuke ile service nafanya from the informal settlement haina do. Mi yangu lazima ndachanga, nichange. Sasa ni December, these guys wanaenda holiday. Plastic tena inaenda inashuka. Si wanaenda holiday? Na nimejaza hivi, na mimi nimekaa Christmas ndio nisota ama nilipia mtoi school fees. Inaenda up. Hawa sijui watakwambia sijui ni market nini na nini, hakuna demand saa hii, tunaenda bado at their masses. Na baki tena tunaenda kuwabambeleza. So tukisema tu sort from the source, ni vakopoa na households, si ndio? That's where we want to start, si ndio? But now, how is waste pickers in the informal settlement atapata do yake ingine wapi? Ama tena mtatuambia, I like vile wase wanakamigi wanatuambia, find an innovative way. Mimi sijachuo majamaa. Mr. Chuo, if you will look at the innovators here, how many mnaweza tuambia wangapi mnajua innovators wale hawana hiyo masomo ya shule? Very few. You need to know about how the plastics are broken down, how to be. Mimi the only thing naweza fanya ni labda nikate chupa kama mandugu zetu, ama nichukue hiyo plastic nichore nipande miti. But now you find some people here who went to school na wako na hizo vitu wanaifanya. Informal settlement, ni wangapi hizo vitu wanafanya? Maybe the best we could do ni creating briquettes from the waste. Sindio? That's the best we can do. We are also limited because there's no much technology transfer for us even to think innovation. Hiyo ni ukweli. Sisi hata even those innovations zenye zinafanyika mtaani mzungu ametuletea ndio tukaanza kuziimplement. Si ni kweli? So from where I stand, as much as we want inclusivity and we know it's a good thing, so I know it's very delicate because some of us, that is what we do. Hiyo ndio job yetu, hiyo ndio kazi yetu, hiyo ndio nalipa school fees yetu. So sometimes being innovative, ama hiyo segregation from the source, it end up ikitunyang'anya kazi. Now, hapo ndio ile question, hata si tujui what next for us, because then mapato inashuka, tunaacha karatasi hapo, tunazidi kuongeza mtaa yetu. And mind you, hizo takataka mmeona, zingine zinatoka Westlands, zingine zinatoka from other areas. You get? Zinatoka, because PSP or Westlands, anakuja usiku, anamwaga, tunachukua plastic, which is a very good thing. Tunachukua the material, si ndio? Anakuja usiku, tunamwaga, tunachambua. Zingine anapakiacha hapo. Construction waste. Since serikali iliona watu huko chini tuwabomolee, tusafishe mto. Construction waste ile inatoka waste ikitengeneza mahao. Ndio naenda kufanya nini? Kufill waste siku hizi. In the morning I had Neema wakisema kusukala coding. Waliambia nani? Because me from where I stand, karatasi situmii kwa sababu usiku tukieka nje kwa ploti paka inagwaraga. So can't they just think of coloring even the sacks themselves because of the diverse dynamics zile ziko mtaa? So for us, when you talk about inclusion, it has to be both ways. I know sometimes also us as West speakers, we have to give away to receive some, but I'm afraid we will give a lot to receive so little. Tutapeana mingi kabisa huko, lakini ile kusema, lezo polisi wametujengea, tutapeana mingi huko, tuwape tu plastic, na do ingine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In the interest of time, but this is so good, I think shall we just skip lunch and we just do this? So what I would like to do, because we have you here, so would you mind just finding a spot in the audience? Just we do very briefly, and then we can continue the conversation during lunch. You can have lunch together downstairs, but before we do, so everyone goes to an area, so just divide yourself and sit with a little group and just in 5 minutes try and define what is the next step. What is the next step to make this work? What are the needs? And then please leave that on the app so we can gather that and we can also bring that back. And even on the Karim has made the matrix on the flip chart, to leave some notes there for us, to really to not have an end of a conversation today, but a start of the conversation for tomorrow. So if you could mingle, because then we have all your expertise and wisdom in the room with the people here. 5 minutes reflections, and please give it back to us online and on the flip chart. I really appreciate you all being here. I think that was great. I think it was pretty inclusive. Okay, thank you very much. Do you want to say something in the end, or we just wrap it up with the exercise? And then please have lunch downstairs. The next session is already in 45 minutes. But that's almost the last, and it's very interesting as well. It's going to be Global Plastic Treaty downstairs in the sofa area. Here we have the single-use plastic, no single-use plastic, treasure hunt, and talks about the single-use plastic that we need to avoid in the mice industry, hospitality and tourism. So thank you very much. Asante sana.
Okay, so just to be clear, we're just sitting around in tables, sitting around together onto the flip chart papers there, just so that we can get your input about what it is that you would like to see happen, having heard the stories from the story circle. We'd really appreciate your input. Like we said, we are creating innovation cluster for circularity in Nairobi, and we'd love to hear your voice on this. Thank you.
Yeah, and then it's good.
I'm very happy, as I said, also that this event is in partnership with CAPSA, because I think the private sector does play an absolutely critical role when it comes to climate action. We believe that the three pillars of sustainability need to be really fought together. I just want to really underline that circular economy is not only an environmental concept, but really a powerful economic strategy that can drive growth, create jobs, and really position Africa as a global leader in sustainable development.
Here we are at the Sustainable Inclusive Business Circular Economy Conference and No Waste Festival, and it's number 10. It means a decade of walking a journey together, and I thank you for being present today.
Imagine a Kenya where every county runs circular hubs that convert waste into value. Packaging is designed for reuse and recycling. Textiles flow in closed loops, not into dump sites. Food systems regenerate soils and protect diversity. Circular standards strengthen our export competitiveness. The private sector invests in regenerative design, not short-term solutions. This is not a distant vision. It is already taking shape, and with our collective commitment today, as we look into the next 10 years, it is achievable.
I'm happy to be here today with the team in this transformative circular economy conference, where all of us are celebrating 10 years of the great milestones that we have all achieved in sustainability. I want to appreciate
we believe that the three pillars of sustainability need to be really fought together. I just want to really underline that circular economy is not only an environmental concept, but really a powerful economic strategy that can drive growth, create jobs, and really position Africa as a global leader in sustainable development.
Here we are at the Sustainable Inclusive Business Circular Economy Conference and No Waste Festival, and it's 10. It means a decade of walking a journey together, and I thank you for being present today.
Imagine a Kenya where every county runs circular hubs that convert waste into value. Packaging is designed for reuse and recycling. Textiles flow in closed loops, not into dump sites. Food systems regenerate soils and protect diversity. Circular standards strengthen our export competitiveness. The private sector invests in regenerative design, not short-term solutions. This is not a distant vision. It is already taking shape, and with our collective commitment today, as we look into the next 10 years, it is achievable.
I'm happy to be here today with the team. Transformative circular economy conference, where all of us are celebrating 10 years of the great milestones that we have all achieved in sustainability. I want to appreciate the organizers led by the CAPSA team, together with the other partners who have really brought all of us together, government and the business community, as we all move from linear to the circular economy, where we are not only protecting the environment, but we are building resilience and competitive businesses for all to thrive.
And when you talk of circular economy, it's just not in waste management. We are looking at all spheres of economy, and we are all circular economy champions. And waste management is everyone's responsibility. Looking at other articles of our constitution, like Article 42 of our constitution, gives us right, all citizens right to live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment. As we talk about our right, we need to talk about our responsibility as citizens of this country.
A clear and comprehensive circular economy strategy will ensure policy coherence and enhance institutional coordination across all our sectors of the economy. And this is important because of the challenges and opportunities of circularity span across various industries, including agriculture, manufacturing, construction, energy, and tourism. We will move beyond the limitation of our current waste management challenges and build a more sustainable, prosperous, and resilient future for all Kenyans.
I'm very happy, as I said, also that this event is in partnership with KEPSA, because I think the private sector does play an absolutely critical role when it comes to climate action. We believe that the three pillars of sustainability need to be really fought together. I just want to really underline that circular economy is not only an environmental concept, but really a powerful economic strategy that can drive growth, create jobs, and really position Africa as a global leader in sustainable development.
Here we are at the Sustainable Inclusive Business Circular Economy Conference and No Waste Festival, and it's number 10. It means a decade of walking a journey together, and I thank you for being present today.
Imagine a Kenya where every county runs circular hubs that convert waste into value. Packaging is designed for reuse and recycling. Textiles flow in closed loops, not into dump sites. Food systems regenerate soils and protect diversity. Circular standards strengthen our export competitiveness. The private sector invests in regenerative design, not short-term solutions. This is not a distant vision. It is already taking shape, and with our collective commitment today, as we look into the next 10 years, it is achievable.
I'm happy to be here today with the team in this transformative circular economy conference, where all of us are celebrating 10 years of the great milestones that we have all achieved in sustainability. I want to appreciate the organizers led by the KEPSA team.
To live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment. As we talk about our right, we need to talk about our responsibility as citizens of this country.
A clear and comprehensive circular economy strategy will ensure policy coherence and enhance institutional coordination across all our sectors of the economy. And this is important because of the challenges and opportunities.
But we'd really like to appreciate Growth Africa and Climate Kick, who have co-hosted this session. Would love to continue to engage with you, but we really love that you have been here and that you've been engaged, and I think everybody has learned something. So I'll hand it over so that we can finish this session to Lily, who will now let us know what happens next. Thank you.
No, please leave us alone. I promise. We still have some time in the afternoon to do so. So when you're having your lunch, please feel free to continue with your discussion.
As for that, before we break, 3 questions zilikuwa zimereiziwa. Ya kwanza, what is the solution which you can offer on anything that you see, and how we can tackle kwa ile yule dada alitoa takataka zote, na hizo takataka on my side nikaona sasa, mimi on my side nilikuwa na
this stuff. Carbon, I think Praxidis just talked about carbon footprint. Even though recycling is good at emission avoidance, there's still some carbon, you know. But if you are doing a refill, reuse, nothing is really happening. Then finally, secondary packaging. Now that is the packaging that where you put in the primary packaging. For instance, if you're transporting milk in the Tetra Packs, they're in a carton. The carton is the secondary packaging. So secondary packaging is not in touch with the commodity or the product. Now, there's quite a lot of innovation, especially in the crates. There's returnable, reusable, recyclable crates. I think South Africa was the first company to do that in Kenya. I know a few other companies are doing that. In Germany, the first company that really brought in crates, the wooden crates, Scholler, now has a spin-off company called IFCO that is doing crates as a service, which is even better than doing a few rounds than recycling. Crates as a service is essentially one company owns the crates, then whatever partners, retailers, that could be Quickmart or I don't know, Carrefour, they use it through the provider of the crates. So I have 100 crates coming to me to provide something. Then IFCO is going to manage how they get to me. IFCO is going to take care of how they go back to IFCO for a little bit of washing. Then, they are ready for the next batch. Essentially, you are sharing the packaging among multiple people. I don't know if that is getting home the point. It's one packaging, but it can be shared across multiple, users of the packaging. So that model is even much more better than designed for recyclability, because if you look at carbon footprint again, right now we're talking about plastics, carbon. In future, or probably, I don't know, there's a WEF thing coming up. Maybe we'll start talking about water footprint as well at some point. Now, the reuse model, the as a service model, is really good on that. You spend probably 90% less water on the operation because the only thing in between is washing. And that is even much more better model. And that is the three things I've spoken about: monomaterial and flexibles, which trade off with the aesthetics, refill models in primary, then reuse as a service models in secondary. That is the shift that are happening in the packaging industry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So this now brings me to Kezi. From your space events, you interact with these products, and you also interact with so many people, different clienteles, different requests. So what strategies have you put in place to, ensure that you reduce on reliance to single-use plastics?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I hope we have some energy. Good afternoon. Good, it's a good afternoon. Perhaps a little bit of background. Zuri Events is a sustainable event management company. And what that simply means is that we have a commitment around sustainability, not just in the design of the events, but also in the execution. And that commitment is expressed, of course, in our commitment, our fidelity to certain sustainable development goals. Very, very specifically and relevant to our industry is SDG 12, around responsible consumption and production. If you would do a little bit of study on the MICE industry, MICE, that's meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions, you would discover that it is one of the highest, and I want to put this nicely because it's a very critical industry for those of us that are in there, but it's one of the highest levels of waste are found in MICE. So when we talk about food waste, I wonder whether you would know of the menu that you have, what are the food items that mostly will end up in the landfill? Anybody would know? And this is part of the education that we do even with the hotels that are doing conferencing. That, some of the menu, items that will be on the buffet, like the salads, what sense is there in having 4 or 5 options of salads. The exhibition space alone, some time back we had a study showing that for us to have, some of the large to go a particular direction, including, because our role starts with venue selection, educating the customer why they need to commit to work with certain venues and not others. That the choice should not be based on prestige or location or affiliation, but to incorporate sustainability as one of the key considerations. And therefore, educating the customer to see the why. And then moving to the ecosystem, and that is the MICE venues. We began a campaign back in 2016 that we called Plastic Free MICE. And we began to advocate, walking around different venues, asking them, let's do the math. If you're hosting 500 people in a conference for 3 days every week, and the hospitality standard is that you're going to give them 500 ml of water every single day for 3 days. Do the math, that's 1,500 bottles almost. If you have accommodation as well, and again you have a standard of 2 bottles per day, you know also the rating, the hospitality standard for rating, that if you're a 5-star, you're expected to have this number of bottles per person in the hotel. So, and then engaging the hotels to ask, so beyond your venue, where does this plastic go? And then realizing that they really don't know, that they just, float this plastic to a waste company and they don't know. And we started to speak to them about being a socially responsible brand that is able to command the end product of your service. What happens, and that began a shift in the space. So we now see a lot of MICE venues, hotels with reusable bottles, and I'm sure you've noticed a bit of that. And that has gone on to papers. I mean, I think we're out of power. But cutting down on use of paper. So it's that you educate the industry, and unfortunately for a brand like ours in a sector that was not very sensitized, it's very costly because you have to take on the responsibility to educate. Number 2, we had to take on the responsibility of advocacy, engaging with the different government institutions. I have sat on committees that have been responsible for the development of sustainability standards. You do know that the Tourism Regulatory Authority now does have a sustainability standard for MICE venue. And they have added in the rating criteria sustainability, which was not there, before. That as we look at how posh your hotel is and your bed space and whatever else you want to sell, we also want to evaluate how sustainable are you. I think that's the way to go, that we move from working collectively as individuals who are eco-conscious, move from one area, impact the other. So in 2018, Zuri Events launched the Africa MICE Summit, and this is a continental platform that brings together the entire MICE ecosystem, continent of Africa. The Africa MICE Summit is themed around 3 critical pillars, the first of which is sustainability. Second is technology, because we recognize the importance of technology and innovation in advancing sustainable practices for my sector. And the third one is people. And here we are talking about the impact on people, impact on communities. Because you might have heard of destinations where, there'll be, people rising against over-tourism. So the impact on people is something that we've had to think about, and we've made several milestones with that platform. So it's us moving from just thinking about profit as an event management firm to thinking how can we impact the entire ecosystem in our industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And this brings me to another question. I'll direct it to Alice. So, from your interactions, do you think that there's lack of awareness in terms of addressing the best practices from your interactions, from your business? What's from your interactions? How do you think the levels of awareness are at the moment from your end?
I think from my perspective and what I've learned throughout my practice is that there's still a very, although we are trying to bridge the gap, but there's still a gap on maybe people getting aware of segregating maybe waste at source. That would mean, like for me, I work with Paul Trent. I'm the founder, and I deal with women and youth and women with disability. And we work on making paper beads, in that these paper beads, you can use them as lanyards as well. Just a second option to what we are putting on.
Okay.
And at the same time, we also do we make valuables. That is, we recycle plastics, in that when we go to collect the waste, we make sure that we choose the right materials for what we want to make. That would mean I allow these women to do what they're really interested in that some of them make even flowers out of the waste, the plastic waste. They make even flowers out of them. So what I've seen is that people don't segregate this waste from the source. Therefore, we get them when they are very dirty. Sometimes you need the paper to make the paper beads, and you end up getting all papers wasted and soiled, so you cannot use them to make your paper beads. So I think it's still a gap for people to know how to segregate waste at the source.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that response. So, Michael, I'm sure you interact with these waste streams on a daily basis. So maybe just briefly tell us how the concept of circularity has impacted your business.
Okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. When you see me seated here, you can't tell how nervous I am, but still, I just want to pour out and say, Mama, I made it.
Relax.
It's because I've never been in this space before. I am a waste picker, and I'm the current chair of the youth. Our group is actually called Walakolo Waste Pickers, which simply means those who eat from the kolo. And what brought us together is that we wanted a group that the chairman, the secretary, are primary waste pickers, so that we can air out our views the way we see it. And in this room, I can see people we've worked with, like The Rock. I normally take to Mwas my motherboards at Utawala every Saturday. I've also worked with We Center. I've worked with Jemo of Kiseki Glass. I've also worked with Mr. Green, TTS, they know me, and our group, they actually commend us for the good job that we normally do. Now, back to your question, where you say that I've interacted, of which is what I've just said, and I've heard the sentiments from the one who spoke before me, of how, why do 5 salads and stuff like that while we want to go eco. So, also in those sentiments, I will say that we've had challenges as waste pickers, though also we've seen the best out of this circular now, because in this, the circular model, now it has discouraged people to go through their waste, and now that it has given us jobs, we as CBOs, because now we are the ones who are being contacted by the Producer Responsibilities Organization, like PACPRO and KPRO, and they give us resources like the garbage bags to go give the households, where we give them per household 2 to segregate their waste for food and recyclables. The bins I've had today of the color coding, of which I can't comment on. I'll just say what we've been doing. And so with that, it has increased even our reach, because it has, the households have increased, and that now many more have come to our organization because they have seen their jobs in there. They will go get the waste, and know through that waste they'll get paid through it, because there's a good check to the households pay, and also they'll get the recyclables from there, of which also we have contact with the companies, and they'll get also revenue from there. And another thing that I would like to bring out is that my missing the session yesterday is because we had another session in SB called Fair Recycling, and it is now 2.0. The project is now on its second phase. The first phase, it had the NIDA markets which came to fund it, and it is through the success, because they had collaborated with Mr. Green Africa and Unilever to recover those products, and the products were recycled and they were brought back to the economy, and they were in supermarkets. The Vim, I think Doom also was there, the margarine made of plastics. All products from Unilever were from recyclables that were from that previous project. And it was from the success of that previous project that they have recalled that. And now we are doing it under the Coca-Cola Foundation, you see. One thing again I will say is that there is stiff competition in this industry of ours, in which that we are competing even with the recycling companies. And I would like, since they are here and us, we believe in the SDG, and SDG 17 says partnership for the goals. If we could come and work together, that if there is work that is found in Kibra, and you know we are based in Kibra, and we bring products to you, you just contact us, we do that job for you now, you know, because I also know the producer responsibilities are after data, and that is what we will produce to them. Another thing is that for events, you know, there's something called waste management. They don't discuss it. They'll discuss the food, the security, the sound, the light, but they won't discuss about waste management. And that is a serious issue, because we've experienced waste is not waste until it's wasted, and most are normally wasted in those events, particularly food waste and plastic waste, of which the plastic waste is bringing in more and more products that we don't have solutions to. Like now we see the emergence of these laminates, which are used for packaging most products, and most of them, the market for it the money is so little that it discourages a waste picker to go pick it. He either focuses on the bottles and those other products that will generate him more income, and not waste time to pick the laminates which are too small to reach a kg, and it will not bring that produce that you will want. So those are the major challenges, and also the sweetness that you've seen on this CPR.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. As you were speaking, I could see Ingrid smiling. So over to you, Ingrid. Maybe you can just briefly take us through, how embracing circularity has directly improved, recycling performances and outcomes, especially from a MICE, hospitality and tourism space. How has it impacted your business from that line?
Thanks for the question. I'll talk about what we've been through and where we foresee.
Briefly.
Briefly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ekrit from T3. We recycle PET bottles. So thanks for the question. And I think circularity would be a multi-pronged approach for us at T3. The first belt that circularity will bring is how circular are the products that we're recycling. Edgar mentioned monopolymers, right? We're having a monomer, one plastic in a product to make it more recyclable. So I think designing for circularity would be the top of the list for us, in the sense that how commitments from brands on purchasing recyclates or recycled material, because this will give us a very stable approach to the industry. If brands can commit on using recycled content, not recyclable, recycled, it will mean we can pay a higher price or a stable price on the ground. I think I see a lot of familiar faces here today. Most of them are from the ground, where we buy the material from. And off late, the prices do fluctuate a lot, right? It's very turbulent.
So commitments from brands can mean we get stability on the ground. We can have confidence to invest in sophisticated machines, whereas ultimately this will bring sustainability
to the whole industry. And lastly, I mentioned, I think circularity not forces, but it encourages us to sit on one, to talk to one another, and to hear each other out, all the way from producers to consumers, to waste. It's been said now that a lot of when we advocate for bans, I think bans should be the final straw, because a lot can be done before, which is designing for circularity. Because we at T3, we have a capacity of about 5 million bottles per day. And so hearing numbers like 1,500 is really not much. But if you look at the alternatives of glass or Tetra Pak or aluminum cans, the glass produced in the country, it's a monopoly. Tetra Pak is more or less a monopoly as well. And not to say that monopolies, it's a wrong thing, I have nothing to comment there, but it shows you the barrier to entry is very high in the market. How recyclable are these products? How sustainable are they? Aluminum cans, as far as my knowledge, are being built and shipped either to India, to the UAE, to the Middle East. So when we really talk about circularity, I think it should be how we're closing the loop locally. How safe are these materials to recycle? A paper bottle, a Tetra Pak bottle might be nice to see and sustainable to look at. But we've heard our fellow waste pickers saying it's not really viable for them to pick it up in a dump site or even in the waste stream. How safe is it in terms of how hazardous is it? We know once glass breaks, really, is it how hazardous it can be to the humans. So I think I'll cut it off over there. But it shows you that there's a lot of partnership and multi-stakeholder approaches that we need to take. Suggesting alternatives is good, and let's work more downstream. How can we make these recyclates or recyclables more attractive to the waste pickers and more attractive for recyclers, to ensure that these are made into new products and can actually close the whole loop and close the circular economy as a whole.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, our panelists. This was not supposed to be a panel, but I feel like it has been a panel. It was supposed to be an opening dialogue, just a quick catch-up. But thank you so much. You've really done well, and we appreciate you. So, yes. Thank you.
A round of applause to the panelists.
Yes, a round of applause to the panelists, and also Mr. Iredi, who has... Oh, a photo? Yeah, okay. Who has been able to lead that session very well. Thank you so much, Mr. George. Up for a photo? Yes, we will. Okay. Thank you so much. Kindly, after the group discussions, feel free with engaging the participants with some questions. Maybe you can give us feedback. So at the moment, allow me to acknowledge the partners that we've been able to work closely with for this session. And we have Tiranjani, represented by Barbara. Scott, we have Ecotourism Kenya. Yes, represented by the beautiful girls there, Mary and Sheila. We have Sanwal Safaris and Soroi Collection. Yes. Yeah, the second part really gives me issues. And also we have Zuri Events, represented by Kezi and her team. So we thank you so much for the partnership, and this is the beginning of a better conversation that we need to have next year as we proceed. So allow me to bring Barbara on board so that she can be able to guide us on how we are going to do the temple discussions.
Hello, hello. 1, 2, 1, 2. Are you with me? Everybody here? Good afternoon. Habari zenu? Okay.
The idea of this session has been from the beginning, yes, to hear some inputs of relevant players in the supply chain, but also really to look at the issues that especially the MICE, the tourism and hospitality sector is facing when it comes to circular approaches. So we want to make you work, right? We have chosen the World Cafe approach. Due to timing, we've reduced it a little bit to 2 groups. If you can follow me, a bit of action here.
If you can follow me towards the back, you will see there are 2 stations, right? One is policy and best practice, and one is product design and circular models. All right, the idea of World Cafe is that we divide in groups and that each of you will visit each station and we have an interaction and discussion in terms of these keywords that we have provided you with, looking at solution, looking at approaches, at ideas, brainstorming, you may call it, so this is about engaging you in our discussion.
What we want to achieve with this is really, as we are now having this
discussion going, and tourism is really, okay, when we say MICE, tourism, hospitality, as you pointed out, is really one of the sectors where you have a lot of impact, but you can actually also implement useful approaches. It's about changing our
behavior, changing our mindset. So the idea with these working
groups now, with this World Cafe is, please, we'll break you down into 2 groups,
One group will go to the first station for 15 minutes, the other group to the other station, then we swap. And we brainstorm, we discuss, we work together.
The idea behind it is, at the end of the day, if we can come up with a roadmap of activities, for example, for next year, that would be already something very positive. So, without further ado, let me
do the separation. Okay. Let me draw the middle here. Okay, you have the choice. You're right in the middle.
So let me draw the line here. We have station number 1, and station number
2 for group 2. If you can move towards there, we have an open discussion, just easy, and then after 15 minutes we swap. Thank you.
I'm very happy, as I said, also that this event is in partnership with CAPSA, because I think the private sector does play an absolutely critical role when it comes to climate action. We believe that the 3 pillars of sustainability need to be really fought together. I just want to really underline that circular economy is not only an environmental concept, but really a powerful economic strategy that can drive growth, create jobs, and really position Africa as a global leader in sustainable development.
Here we are at the Sustainable Inclusive Business Circular Economy Conference and No Waste Festival, and it's number 10. It means a decade of walking a journey together, and I thank you for being present today.
Imagine a Kenya where every county runs circular hubs that convert waste into value. Packaging is designed for reuse and recycling. Textiles flow in closed loops, not into dump sites. Food systems regenerate soils and protect diversity. Circular standards strengthen our export competitiveness. The private sector invests in regenerative design, not short-term solutions. This is not a distant vision. It is already taking shape, and with our collective commitment today, as we look into the next 10 years, it is achievable.
I'm happy to be here today with the team in this transformative circular economy conference, where all of us are celebrating 10 years of the great milestones that we have all achieved in sustainability. I want to appreciate the organizers led by the CAPSA team, together with the other partners who have really brought all of us together, government and the business community, as we all move from linear to the circular economy, where we are not only protecting the environment, but we are building resilience and competitive businesses for all to thrive.
And when you talk of circular economy, it's just not in waste management. We are looking at all spheres of economy, and we are all circular economy champions. And waste management is everyone's responsibility. Looking at other articles of our constitution, like Article 42 of our constitution, gives us right, all citizens right to live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment. As we talk about our right, we need to talk about our responsibility as citizens of this country.
A clear and comprehensive circular economy strategy will ensure policy coherence and enhance institutional coordination across all our sectors of the economy. And this is important because of the challenges and opportunities of circularity span across various industries, including agriculture, manufacturing, construction, energy, and tourism. We will move beyond the limitation of our current waste management challenges and build a more sustainable, prosperous, and resilient future for all Kenyans.
I'm very happy, as I said, also that this event is in partnership with sustainability need to be really fought together. I just want to really underline that circular economy is not only an environmental concept, but really a powerful economic strategy that can drive jobs and really position Africa as a global leader.
Inclusive Business Circular Economy Conference and No Waste Festival, and it's number 10. It means a decade of walking a journey together, and I thank you for being present today.
Imagine a Kenya. Food systems regenerate soils and protect diversity. Circular standards strengthen our export competitiveness. The private sector invests in regenerative design, not short-term solutions. This is not a distant vision. It is already taking shape, and with our collective commitment today, as we look into the next 10 years, it is achievable.
I'm happy to be here today with the team in this transformative circular economy conference, where all of us are celebrating 10 years of the great milestones that we have all achieved in sustainability. I want to appreciate the organizers led by the KEPSA team, who have really brought all of us together, government and the business community, as we all move from linear to the circular economy, where we are not only protecting the environment, but we are building.
We are looking at all spheres of economy, and we are all circular economy champions. And waste management is everyone's responsibility. Looking at other articles of our constitution, like Article 42 of our constitution, gives us right, all citizens right to live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment. As we talk about our right, we need to talk about our responsibility as citizens of this country.
A clear and comprehensive circular economy strategy will ensure policy coherence and enhance institutional coordination across all our sectors of the economy. And this is important because of the challenges and opportunities of circularity span across various industries, including agriculture, manufacturing, construction, energy, and tourism. We will move beyond the limitation of our current waste management challenges and build a more sustainable, prosperous, and resilient future for all Kenyans.
I'm very happy, as I said, also that this event is in partnership with KEPSA, because I think the private sector does play an absolutely critical role when it comes to climate action. We believe that the three pillars of sustainability need to be really fought together. I just want to really underline that circular economy is not only an environmental concept, but really a powerful economic strategy that can drive growth, create jobs, and really
walking a journey together, and I thank you for being present today.
Imagine a Kenya where every county runs circular hubs that convert waste into value. Packaging is designed for reuse and recycling. Textiles flow in closed loops, not into dump sites. Food systems regenerate soils and protect diversity. Circular standards strengthen our export competitiveness. The private sector invests in regenerative design, not short-term solutions. This is not a distant vision. It is already taking shape, and with our collective commitment today, as we look into the next 10 years, it is achieved.
thereafter, we'll have a moment to network, have some tea, and also the Do workshop is on today. So for those of us who'd want to know, learn how to make things.
I'm very happy, as I said, also that this event is in partnership with CAPSA, because I think the private sector does play an absolutely critical role when it comes to climate action. We believe that the three pillars of sustainability need to be really fought together. I just want to really underline that circular economy is not only an environmental concept, but really a powerful economic strategy that can drive growth, create jobs, and really position Africa as a global leader in sustainable development.
Here we are at the Sustainable Inclusive Business Circular Economy Conference and No Waste Festival, and it's number 10. It means a decade of walking a journey together, and I thank you for being present today.
Imagine a Kenya where every county runs circular hubs that convert waste into value. Packaging is designed for reuse and recycling. Textiles flow in closed loops, not in circular standards, strengthen our export competitiveness. The private sector invests in regenerative design, not short-term solutions. This is not a distant vision. It is already taking shape, and with our collective commitment today, as we look into the next 10 years, it is achievable.
I'm happy to be here today with the team in this transformative circular economy conference, where all of us are celebrating 10 years of the great milestones that we have all achieved in sustainability. I want to appreciate the organizers led by the CAPSA team, together with the other partners who have really brought all of us together, government and the business community, as we all move from linear to the circular economy, where we are not only protecting the environment, but we are building resilience and competitive businesses for all to thrive.
And when you talk of circular economy, it's just not in waste management. We are looking at all spheres of economy, and we are all circular economy champions. And waste management is everyone's responsibility. Looking at other articles of our constitution, like Article 42 of our constitution, gives us right, all citizens right to live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment. As we talk about our right, we need to talk about our responsibility as citizens of this country.
A clear and comprehensive circular economy strategy will ensure policy coherence and enhance institutional coordination across all our sectors of the economy. And this is important because of the challenges and opportunities of circularity span across various industries, including agriculture, manufacturing, construction, energy, and tourism. We will move beyond the limitation of our current waste management challenges and build a more sustainable, prosperous, and resilient future for all Kenyans.
I'm very happy, as I said, also that this event is in partnership with KEPSA, because I think the private sector does play an absolutely critical role when it comes to climate action. We believe that the three pillars of sustainability need to be really fought together. I just want to really underline that circular economy is not only an environmental concept, but really a powerful economic strategy that can drive growth, create jobs, and really position Africa as a global leader in sustainable development.
Here we are at the Sustainable Inclusive Business Circular Economy Conference and No Waste Festival, and it's number 10. It means a decade of walking a journey together, and I thank you for being present today.
Imagine a Kenya where every county runs circular hubs that convert waste into value. Packaging is designed for reuse and recycling. Textiles flow in closed loops, not into dump sites. Food systems regenerate soils and protect diversity. Circular standards strengthen our export competitiveness. The private sector invests in regenerative design, not short-term solutions. This is not a distant vision. It is already taking shape, and with our collective commitment today, as we look into the next 10 years, it is achievable.
I'm happy to be here today with the team in this transformative circular economy conference, where all of us are celebrating 10 years of the great milestones that we have all achieved in sustainability. I want to appreciate the organizers led by the KEPSA team, together with the other partners who have really brought all of us together, government and the business community, as we all move from linear to the circular economy, where we are not only protecting the environment, but we are building resilience and competitive businesses for all to thrive.
And when you talk of circular economy, it's just not in waste management. We are looking at all spheres of economy, and we are all circular economy champions. And waste management is everyone's responsibility. Looking at other articles of our constitution, like Article 42 of our constitution, gives us right, all citizens right to live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment. As we talk about our right, we need to talk about our responsibility as citizens of this country.
A clear and comprehensive circular economy strategy will ensure policy coherence and enhance institutional coordination across all our sectors of the economy. And this is important because of the challenges and opportunities of circularity span across various industries, including agriculture, manufacturing, construction, energy, and tourism. We will move beyond the limitation of our current waste management challenges and build a more sustainable, prosperous, and resilient future for all Kenyans.
They got it 7 times. All right, ladies and gentlemen, kindly, as all of us at the exhibition booths, kindly let's all gather here together at the plenary for a closing ceremony. It has been an amazing, amazing 2 days of us really reimagining, reflecting, at the same time recommitting to do better. So we've had an amazing time with the different plenary sessions, with the different breakout sessions, and like many of us really don't want the sessions to end because of how amazing the conversations are. So we say thank you so much for your cooperation. Nahasha, I see you. If we can have more people who are still at the exhibition booths to please come at the plenary. So all of us at the exhibition booths, let's please come back to the plenary for the closing ceremony, and then we can go back to our respective booths and have people come and see our products or services that we offer. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Praxi, do you wanna do the honors and awards? I'm really jealous, but it is okay. You disqualified us. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Praxidis as she honors the people who won the treasure hunt.
Wow, it has been an amazing afternoon. To all the participants in the SUP session, a round of applause to yourselves for an amazing job that you've done. As Barbara had mentioned, we plan to come up with or to develop a roadmap for next year for the MICE, hospitality and the tourism sector. So we will still carry on this conversation and ensure that all the ideas, all the issues that we've been able to raise, we are going to address them as we move forward. I know that different groups wanted to give us a summary of their discussions, but we are really behind on time, so we need to wind up this session. So allow me. In the morning, somebody found the treasure and thought that it was waste. So she picked it up from where it was and then again dumped it at the same place. And she refused to come here, but I wanted her to reveal herself. But alisema hataki kukuja hapa mbele. So I'm going to call the person who, literally managed to get all the treasures. But at the same time, she was having discussions with several people. And one thing that stood out for me for this Gen Z, she is a Gen Z. When I left this place after going through the riddles, she came to me and told me, kindly send me the riddles. And I sent it on her phone. So when she was going through the riddles, she was figuring this thing out. That is the initiative that the young people have, and when they put their mind to something, they want to do it right. You see? So help me welcome Rosemary Atema. Very young girl, energetic from Afro-Wema. So this is Rosemary, and I want to engage Rosemary shortly. Rosemary, what really guided you to be able to find the treasure? Kindly.
Hi guys, my name is Rosemary Atema from Afro-Wema. So when Praxidis said the riddles, I was not around, I was at the booth, but I came and found, when I was there, she said the last one, and I felt so itchy to take part in it. And when she gave me the questions, I felt like, because some questions were like a glass bottle of water,
So we have a small package here for you, and from Afroema. So yeah, there is some very nice goodies there. Of course, it's not plastics because we don't want plastics. We want something that we can be able to use. So we have something from Green Thing, and we have something from also Eco World. Yeah. Also green things. So this bag is full of green things. But the bag, yes. Yeah. Oh yes. So we have the logo on no single-use plastics on the bag, and we really thank you so much for participating and for being so sharp and quick. The person who found the first, there's somebody who told me they have found it. Then they came to me. When they went back, they met with her when she was carrying it. So when you find something, pick it up. Don't leave it and say, I'm going to come back and collect it later. Just pick it up and find out if it is the one or not. So thank you so much. A round of applause. Wait a bit. So also, the person that was working closely with her, two people, one who found the treasure first and left it, I felt like we need to award them because so that we encourage them next time they just pick it up and not leave it behind. So we have Juliana, who refused not to be revealed, and also we have Caroline, who worked closely with Rosemary, and on behalf of Juliana and Caroline, please take this back, these presents to them. Specifically for Juliana, and this is for Caroline. A round of applause to our winners. Oh, a photo. The rest refused to come, so. Okay. Are we okay now? Thank you so much. A round of applause once more. Back to our MC.
Good job, good job. Thank you so much, Praxidis, for that. And ladies and gentlemen,
we have come to the end of the second day and the last day of the 10th annual conference. And that is our conference this morning, and that is Circular Economy Conference. And we thank you to all of you who really, stuck it out up until the last session. And I'm not here to give a vote of thanks. That will be done by Karin. So the media team, if you are ready for the last time today and for the last time on the 10th annual conference, ladies and gentlemen, can we give a big round of applause to Karin as she comes to give us the closing remarks for the ceremony. Media team.
Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. I'm going to be very brief. But we've seen this one, and I'm here, so it's okay. So I just want to tell you that I'm very grateful, and I really appreciate that everyone could join, spend time, share their voice, and be super participative. So what we said was we want to, for those 2 days, reflect where we're coming from, where are we now, and we want to co-create a future for Kenya together. And when we talk about together, we don't talk about specific people that we don't include. They were all here. So I'm really happy about that.
Thank you for being here. The Maasai were here, the indigenous people were here, the informal waste sector, but also informal artisans, informal anyone. We are all people by the end of the day. We all eat, we all contribute, we all try and make a living. And I think to have that all in one space, the way we do it, corporates, government, startups, great innovations, and we were all here together. And I think that is what makes the conference high in spirits and gives super positive energy and inspiration. And hopefully everyone has a new push and desire to make it better tomorrow. So reimagine, keep rethinking, keep redesigning, and let's co-create the next one as well. So I hope you enjoy the mending workshop is there. There's also, I don't know where Wilson is. Wilson, yeah.
Wilson can teach you how to make shoes out of the tires. And I'm not sure if is We Center also going to repair something? Hello? Hello?
We Center? Are you going to do the workshop? Oh yeah, so they're all there. So you can enjoy practical mending, repairing, making, redesigning. You can also enjoy tea, it will be brought here. And then the exhibitors, for everyone who still wants to talk to them and network. So I wish you all the best. And again, really appreciate you all being here. Asante sana.